But first, starting out the show, we do have a special guest, Rita Jita. And Rita, if you guys don't know, is the founder of the Haulers channel, a channel that I use all the time. And it's a channel where people post stuff they need run, hauling contracts, and haulers sit in there and fight to get the good ones. They go very quickly in there. So anyway, and then after the interview, we will be doing more. We're going to go out and actually run some of these and go over some of the fits and how to do this, how to accept contracts, how to place contracts, how to deliver them, how to make money, and how to prevent losses. So, because hauling, believe it or not,
to the Dragons.
can be a little bit dangerous. So, let me welcome Rita Jita here. Hello, Rita. How are you?
Hello.
So, surprise, surprise, Rita's a guy.
Yeah. Secrets out.
So, Rita, welcome to the show. Thank you for taking the time to come on here.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, now I've heard your name in the game quite a bit, and in fact, when I first started hauling, I think that you were, I don't know, you had taken a little break or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. But someone else was running the hauling channel. And
Yeah, Commander 89.
yeah, great guy.
Yeah.
Great guy. And so that's where I got my first introduction to it, and I started making a lot of money doing hauling out of the channel. Now, and I don't know what it is. Some people, I think, in real life, I was a truck driver for a while, and I really liked it. And I also was a bus driver. I drove city bus, and even though I had a lot of really nasty people on my bus, I still enjoyed it. They were like hauling freight, kind of. And so I found that hauling for me in game is something that I really enjoy. And now you founded the Haulers channel. And why create the Haulers channel? What prompted that need? Can you tell us a little background on that?
Yeah, initially I used to use Push. This is a good few years ago now, back when they were pretty good. You could get things moved at a reasonable price. Well, they had a rush option, which basically allowed you to move your stuff up, like put yourself at the top of the list kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, I'm a trader, so getting stuff to A to B was top priority. So that's what I used to do. But then they changed the pricing formula that they used within the channel. It basically made it unrealistic. It was costing a lot more to move things a shorter distance than what it was to move things. So for example, if I was moving something from Jita to Amar, compared to Jita to Rennes, it was costing me more to move it to Amar, which realistically didn't make sense, especially
Mm-hmm.
if you wanted it rushed. So at that point, I got back and forward with Push for a while, trying to get them to change it and point out, really wasn't going to work kind of thing. But it was more of a, I mean, in my opinion, obviously, but it was a greed thing. Much like the way a lot of not the haulers, the corps that are doing the hauling.
Mm-hmm.
I think they know that they've kind of they had the market cornered, and it was really just all about money. Now, I do get it. It's obviously everybody wants to make their money in game, but
Right.
I mean the way, in fact, like collateral and reward. Now this comes up in the channel quite a lot, and the the problem that most people see initially is it's a lot of collateral to put up for a little reward. And what I try to explain to the people that ask the question is that like if you're a trader, for example, I mean on average people make a return on their investment of around 10%. Now if you from that 10%, you then take 10% of that and use it as a reward. So what that means is that your reward versus collateral is about 1%.
Mm-hmm.
Which it's got to be if a contractor's making a contract for 10%, that's pretty much all his profits. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Um,
So they were getting greedy.
yeah, pretty much. So back then, I started looking into Red Frog. Now, Red Frog for me at the time was a bit an issue because at the time I was doing just freighter contracts. I'm almost lazy in a way, but at the time there wasn't a big problem with freighters getting ganked, and things got moved in a reasonable time, so there wasn't any need to change the way that worked. But yeah, I tried them, but they had a 1 billion collateral limit, which for me was pretty unrealistic as well. I'm sure you know, and anyone else that's in the
I've
channel.
seen some of your contracts, and
Yeah.
oh my god, I never have enough money.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I move anywhere, I don't know, probably about 60 to 100 billion 2 times a day, and then I'll do another one which is a little bit less than that, probably be about 50 billion. So I do like 3 shipments a day, multiple contracts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, I tried to go with the Red Frog, tried to aim it for a while. Obviously, that wasn't going to work out. So that then became the need for something else. So I started looking into public contracts. Now, the public contracts themselves, the platform was there for something that should work, but at the time it didn't. And the reason was, one, people didn't price contracts realistically, and pretty much like it is now. I mean, if there was a good contract, it disappeared. So when people came on to look at public contracts, all they seen was the shit contracts that nobody wants to move because the values didn't make sense, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I had obviously the thought, well, it would be good if you could just link your contract when you make it in a channel, and then have people just tell you whether or not it was worth what you're trying to offer.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I have seen people post stuff, and people are like, "Oh my god, that's such a juicy run," or "Oh my god, no one's going to run it."
Exactly. Well, I think that's like I think you already mentioned it earlier as well. Is a lot of people over or undervalue their contracts, and they don't
Mm-hmm.
know any different. Usually
Mm-hmm.
because one, they're new, or they just don't know. Um, so yeah, like that was the kind of the basis of the idea of the channel at the time was really just that. It was somewhere that you could put contracts that you made, and people, every hauler, anyone could see it instantly. You know what I mean? You didn't have to go looking for it; it was there. Um, Also got the mailing list as well. That's the same idea, it's just for people who don't want a chat channel open. There's a mailing list as well, and you'll get emails when they come
Mm-hmm.
up.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as used as much as the actual channel itself. It's more for people that have got massive amount of contracts and they don't want to spam the channel.
Right. Right. Yeah, I've never used the mailing list myself because I hate my mail button flashing.
Yeah.
But maybe that's just the OCD in me.
No,
Uh,
no, that's annoying, but I've got to be in it, so.
yeah. So now, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what about your game style play or whatever? What you're doing in game? What is causing you to need to move so much stuff?
Well, I'm a trader. That's what I do. I'm not actually a hauler for any of you guys that are looking for some mad hauling insights. I'm not the guy to ask. I can certainly make contracts. I know how to get them moved from A to B, but actual trading side of things is pretty straightforward. I've got a very, very simple formula, and I'll share it with you as well.
Oh, okay.
Because give me a wee second. I'll already crunch the numbers on this now. For if you are trading, and I'm pretty sure this will hold true for most places. Like if you've ever tried to sell like 10 items in Eve at 300k profit per item, that realistically that's not hard to do, and you don't even need to do that in a hub. You could do that anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So my trading strategy is all revolved around that basis. Now, what I always found was, well, I used to do a tutorial thing for new traders, and what the one thing that I always realised was that the way people say volume's the key to trading. Now that is true, but when people say volume, what they think of is like 100 units of one, sorry, 100 volume of one certain type of unit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The main issues that you get with that is initially is trying to move that volume of one item. You know, you need a large amount of people want to
Oh,
buy that item for you to move
combo.
it. The other thing is market flux. You know, prices will change by the time that you sell the 100 units. Then you know that price wasn't what you started at, especially
Mm-hmm.
since you're the one trading it. So when people talk about volume, what they really mean is diversification of a lot of different items. Now, for you guys that want to do it, you can open up your calculator and just check my numbers here. But I'll give you this is my basics trading strategy for Eve. And this is one account that I'm going to give the first example for, and it's using very low averages. So let's say you've got 305 orders in Eve, so you get 305 different items, and then you buy 10 of each of the items, and the minimum profit threshold, or sorry, the minimum spread of each item should be about 300k. Basically, just because of taxes and stuff like that, and obviously you want to make a wee bit of ISK as well.
Minimum. So the minimum profit to consider anything is 300K. Is that what you're saying?
That's well, minimum would be 200, but realistic minimum because there's a lot of items that are tradable at that price range, more than 305 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So minimum value I would use 300k as minimum profit per unit.
That's really
Now,
interesting. I had never thought of it that way. You know, that just to really take kind of I've always looked at it as percentages. Well, I should
yeah,
make 20% on this or whatnot after everything's said and done. But what's 20% of 10 ISK?
yeah,
It's 2 ISK, and why am I spending my time doing these transactions for 2 ISK each?
exactly. Well, see the thing is, I mean, 200k or 300k profit per unit. I know myself between Jita and the Mar, there's roughly there's about 600 plus items that will trade at that. For the Dixie, there'll be about 400 to 500 Rens, a little bit lower, but again, still within the 300 per day. That's on an ongoing basis. So, like I say, I mean, they're realistic numbers. You can trade them if you've got the time or the will to do it. It certainly takes a bit of willpower to trade 305 items. But there's a good thing to point out there. I mean, if you've got two items on the market, right, and 50% of them get outbid, then you're only left with one active order. If you've got 305, or let's say 300 for the sake of it, if you've got 300 orders on the 300 different items on the market and 50% get outbid, you've still got 150 selling active.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean that's my trading philosophy. That's my style. Now, like I say, the values were minimums. I actually use 305 per account. I'll use 20 volume per item, and then I'll use 500,000 spread per item as well. And I'll do that between 3 accounts. Well, that works out daily is 9 billion and 15. Sorry, what is it? 9,150,000,000 ISK. That's the potential income from one day trade. Just
Now,
doing that strategy
okay.
on
So
3 accounts.
this must take an enormous amount of time to manage all of these and make sure that you've got the right products on, and I mean, or do you just fire and forget and just wait until a buy or sell order expires and then put it back up again if it's missing?
No, I only. Well, this is why I run 3 shipments a day. Basically, I wrote my program so that it could do all this for me. So really, it's just I click a button and it updates prices and it shows me what I need to buy.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just a matter of buying it and moving it, which is
Hmm.
pretty much all I do. So yeah, that's my day. That's what I do.
So
That's
when you're buying something at say Jita and moving it to Dodixie or whatever, is it because the price in Jita is statistically lower than the normal average, and so you take advantage of that and move it over to Dodixie because there's where the highest need is right now for it, or how do you determine that?
Well, because of like Jita is obviously the biggest trade hub by a mile. Because there's more competition on the items and the prices drill down a lot lower, especially compared to other hubs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm set up, I can inter-region trade between like Hamar and Dixie, for example, but I always found it was just a lot more hassle than it was really worth. I mean, it is profitable, don't get me wrong, if you can't be bothered with Jita because it is a monster. You can't do it. It is very profitable, but I always found just for simplicity, because I'm a very passive trader. Although I make a lot of money, I don't actually spend a lot of time sitting at the PC updating orders or buying stuff. It's actually buying stuff takes the most amount of time out of my day.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Mm-hmm.
try and do that as quick as possible. The guys will tell you I actually close the haulers channel when I'm buying and making shipments, just because any distractions, it just gets dragged out. You know what I mean?
Right, right. So in chat,
Welcome
they're
to the
already
Dragons.
they're already asking that they want copies of this application, and I doubt this is something that you are that you would want to share. I mean,
Welcome to the
Well, I
Dragons.
mean, the plan originally, once it got all up and running, was to make it available as like maybe a website or something like that. Now,
if you make
Welcome
that
to the
available, does that
Dragons.
not dilute your earning potentials?
yeah, but I take you back to the example I gave before. I mean, realistically, how hard is it to sell 10 items anywhere, any minor hub?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's not a lot of items that can be done, especially if you're doing the proper research on the items. Then you know what I mean. You're not going to struggle to find 305 items
Right.
at the limits or the fillers.
So, and when you put items on the market, how do you determine the price? Do you determine the price by, what the average, high would be over the next 3 months, or do you just price it at whatever the market is right then and there, so it'll move quick? How do you do that?
Personally, I've got my own, basically, it's a derivative from Eve Mentat back when, I don't even know if that's still getting used, but
It is. I think that
was it,
yeah, it's still around and in use. I don't know how popular it is, but it is still around and in use.
well, basically what I do is I take a percentage of the daily volume,
Hmm.
compared to, so if someone outbids me, right, say someone outbids me for one item, and that item that I'm trying to sell has an average volume of say 100, you know what I mean? My program won't even show me that I've been outbid, it'll just leave it. It'll
Hmm.
ignore it completely. Because once that sells, then I'll be top again, you know what I mean? So I'll only outbid people that are over and above an average. I mean, obviously there's calculations there to work out, and that was a painstaking task to get them, but at the point now, I mean, my prices and my updates are only based on the volume of that people are over, that are outbidding me, and also the amount. If someone outbids me, you know how like some people will misclick and they'll just sell an item at a buy volume. I mean, my program will ignore that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So what it means for me personally is that although I have 3 accounts, 900 odd orders, whatever, I've actually a hell of a lot more than that, but I mean, if I do an update cycle, it's usually about 50 items. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It doesn't take a lot of time. It's manageable.
So,
Uh,
in chat, they're also like shouting about bot. Now, this does not actually post the items for you or whatnot. This is just collecting data from the game that anyone could do, right?
oh, you mean about the getting the prices and stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
That's no, it's I actually use Eve Central for the prices. It's an Excel sheet, but it's got a lot of
Hmm.
VB coding in it.
Right. Okay.
I mean, anybody could make it. It wasn't difficult. I mean, I started out a few years back. I started out with 2 columns. I was actually hauling myself. I was doing the trips from Jita to Rennes because it was the furthest distance. I had the highest return on profits. Um, but yeah, I got gagged a couple of times. My T1 hauler lost a billion ISK a couple of times, and
I've never had that
uh,
happen.
yeah, well, actually, that discouraged me a lot. Back when I was starting, I mean, I had this trading style. This was my first trading style back in 2007. That was when I tried it, and I was doing the Jita to Range run. And like I say, I lost ISK a couple of times, a couple of billion hits. Left me with nothing because I was putting everything in my hauler and I was trying to get the most amount of money out of it. And that discouraged me big style. I actually went to station trading for a good 3 or 4 years anyway. I just focused on PvP and I used to be in RVB for a while there. Don't know if anybody's will recognise me. I'm actually Major Thrasher.
Oh.
Don't know if that rang a bell with anybody. But yeah, after I got kicked from RVB, I focused. That's when I switched focus and I went back to trade. So that was my main goal, was just to kind of take over EVE and.
So now you PvP the markets.
A PvP the markets, yeah.
Yeah. We call it hauling PvP, in the hauling stuff. So, so let me ask you about something here. Let me ask you about EVE Mogul.
Yeah.
So, and for those of you who are watching the show here, I don't know if I have a link below the video. So here's a link in chat for EVE Mogul. And I noticed that you are listed as the all-time #1 trader, and you are you're twice the distance in profits of the second person.
Yeah.
So is this really saying, what is this number? Let's see. Is this this number is that 1 billion? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's 1 billion. No, trillion. Yeah. So 1 trillion in profit, 1,000 billion. And so, are you space rich?
Depends. I mean, I don't have a lot of liquid ISK, if that makes sense. I actually do multiple styles of trading. A lot of my ISK is tied up in assets throughout 12 regions and 5,000 stations. So, I mean, it depends what you say. I'm rich, I suppose, but I don't think I am. I've got a target that I want to meet. I've got a thing that I want to do in a few years' time, so I'm just saving for that, really.
Like 1 quadrillion or something like that?
No, estimated basic amount for what I want to do is about 5 trillion, I think. It's quite hard to calculate, but yeah, I'm guessing that should be enough. It's to begin with, but it will scale really well with that kind of money, so there really won't be a limit. I may as well tell you what I'm thinking of. Basically, I'm set up just now in 12 different regions with 12 different alts, and they're all buying alts. What they do is they do region buy orders. Now, this is why I've got 5,000 stations with different assets. Another sheet on my Excel sheet is this tracks all my assets and basically tells me what's a threshold for shipments.
That's good. That's good information. I do that all the time, but I do that manually right now.
Yeah, pain in the ass, isn't it? Yeah. So that's what I do. So when that gets to like a billion ISK, or it gets to a M3 threshold, so like say 3 or 4 thousand M3, then that will get shipped. I normally do that myself now. I used to actually do that with the haulers channel. I actually just do that myself now because it's. When I raised my threshold, I don't actually have to do that often, so it just made sense to go and do it myself because I've got the blockade runner, So yeah, because I set up all the alts because at some point, once I get my 5 trillion ISK or whatever, I'm going to start buying, using about 50% of my liquid ISK. I'll then start buying through buy orders for different types of items. Now, the types of items will be dependent on the makeup, the Tech 2 minerals that are used to make up the items. Now, so say for example, I don't even know, if you take one T2 mineral of whatever type, and then every item that mineral is used in, I'll then start stocking up on the items, all of them, literally everything. In 12 different regions, so buy literally the lot. I will then start manipulating the price of that base mineral.
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean it's well finished. As some guys might know, but I'll then start manipulating that price and try and get a stampede effect within Jita,
Mm-hmm.
so that
Mm-hmm.
basically I don't need to keep, increasing it myself. It'll be other people that are doing it. It's just because prices are getting out of control. There'll be a limited access or availability to certain items using
Mm-hmm.
that. You know what I mean? Using that material. And then what I'll do is I'll then just slowly over a period of time I'll then raise the prices to a certain point where I'm quite happy with the return. Um, and then I'll just I'll sell throughout the regions. It'll pretty much be me selling.
Right. Right.
Uh,
So this has been done. This has been done a few times with Plex.
yeah,
People have done this, and I've seen numbers of 10, 15, 20 trillion put into buying Plex to force the numbers up, and then they resell it on the market, and rinse and repeat.
yeah.
Um,
Well, I mean, you could do it with Plex, but that's what everybody does.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if any of you know. There used to be a Universal
Welcome
Jita.
to the Dragons.
It was actually it's what I used to run a few years back, and basically what it was is people, well, mission runners, for example, uh, they would contact me, and I would run my asset scan on them, and then I would price all their items, and I would buy literally everything from their mission sites,
Mm.
like literally everything. I would take the lot, and I would just give them a lump sum, but it saved them a lot of hassle at the time. Rather than hauling and right click selling themselves, I would just buy it all. It was actually what put when I was learning. That was when I was just starting to learn how to write Excel and stuff like that. And that's actually when I started. I realised the potential for what I do now. I actually stopped it, just so I could focus on what it is that I do just now. But I want to get back to that universal cheat. I want to, rather than people having to contact me, I would rather just have a buy order everywhere for
Oh.
everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if you wanted to right click sell something, you could get a reasonable price for it, a Jita price.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because my trading style just now, I trade everything from Jita to different hubs. So if I price everything throughout the galaxy at a Jita buy price, I can sell it elsewhere
Mm-hmm.
in other
Mm-hmm.
hubs. So yeah, this is where all my money's going. This is what I'm saving for. It's a lot of plans, and just it takes time to get there.
Right. Yeah. Well, with your, I think we could say you're probably being successful.
Yeah, no. It's quite
So,
hard sometimes. See, actually just logging in and fucking doing it. Oh, I'm allowed to
yeah.
swear. Sorry, I just swore there. I don't know if that's allowed.
Oh, it's fine. So, okay. Well, I think that I mean, in real life business, I don't know what you do in real life, but entrepreneurs would of real life businesses would recognize that through the automation that you've created in the information and everything, it's the same as in real life businesses. The more you can automate, the more profit you can make. And so, in your case, a lot of it is knowledge is power. Whereas in the real world, they would automate it fully, placing the buy orders and sell orders, different thresholds, and not having a human involved.
Yeah.
But obviously, in the game, that would violate the terms.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I get you
So,
banned, yeah.
yeah, yeah. And so I think, I don't know. Have you ever tried applying your thoughts on this stuff to real life business?
I actually studied Forex, currency exchange trading, a
Mm.
few years back. Actually, there's a funny story. Back when I was learning how to trade, what I did is I actually learned how to trade Forex because there's a lot of similarities if you're looking at technical analysis and Forex trading and then look at an Eve graph, very, very similar.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot better documentation, at least it was back then. I mean, I obviously don't look at that kind of stuff now, but um, yeah, back when I started trading, that was how I learned Eve, was to learn real life trading and apply it to Eve.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what attracts me to Eve is that as an entrepreneur in real life, I can do a lot of those kinds of things in the game. and then
Yeah.
some of the stuff that I learn in the game I can translate back out into the real world. So
Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
back
Sorry.
to the haulers channel. So what can so correct me if I'm wrong, but the haulers channel is really a group of people, both people who need stuff moved and people who want to move it and get paid, and pretty casual spot, and basically, create your contract, post it, and as long as it's good, somebody will run it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's pretty much rounded up there. It's a very good community. Back when I started it, excuse me.
What what?
Back,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was just going to say, back when I started it, the main focus on the channel is I wanted to keep it a nice place to be. Even if, because I mean, haulers, for example, I mean, it can be slow at times. So I wanted it to be a place where there was no hostility, it was a nice community, all this kind of thing. So I mean, worked very hard, especially back in the beginning, just to keep it that way. I mean, if you're a douche in the channel, you'll not be in there for long.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it's pretty clean. Most of the time, I mean, it's covered as far as I know, 24/7 with moderators. So obviously, I can't be awake all the time to check, but I'm in the channel most times.
Yeah. So it's a good place to learn too. So
Yeah,
if you're new to hauling and you have questions, people in there will help with fits. They'll help with what kind of ships you should be looking at flying. Even help you with kind of projecting forward, what your goals are and how to get to them with hauling. So it's
yeah, so definitely a lot of help in the channel. I mean, the majority of the people in there are willing. You just ask a question, you're not going to get humiliated for asking it. I mean,
right,
there's,
right.
there's definitely a lot of help content within the MLTD itself. We just recently added a pricing. It's like a base rate calculator.
Hmm.
Now, one of the key features of the channel was that there wasn't a set price, but there was always, I mean, every day there was people asking what's a good price for such and such.
Right,
So
right.
that was the idea behind the base rate calculator, was really just to give you a minimum. Pay what you want. I would recommend paying even above what the base rate calculator is there for, but I wouldn't pay less. Now, the reason that the values are set at what they are is actually through trial and error from myself.
Hmm.
For example, if you're doing Jita to Amar runs, it will actually, I mean, if you price a Jita to Amar run the same ISK per jump as a Rita to Rens, at minimum values, the Jita to Amar won't move. And the reason for that is because in the contract screen where you actually look up, you look up your contracts, it doesn't have an ISK per jump. It has
No, it
reward.
doesn't. And that that could really be used in here, huh?
Yeah,
Let's hear it for an
definitely,
ISK per jump. Uh huh.
definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, like I was saying there, I mean, people like haulers especially will just look at the reward.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? How much the collateral is, that kind of thing. And you've got to keep that in mind when you are making your contracts. If you're making a short jump contract, you're going to have to pay more than what you would if you were making a long distance one, just because it shows up on that filter screen with a low value.
Hmm. Hmm.
Something to keep in mind. I mean, I wouldn't go any less. If you're going Jita to Amar, for example, which is quite a common run, I wouldn't go any less than 9 million
Right.
for the full thing. Yeah, I mean that's even doesn't matter on your size of contract, whether it's Freya or whatever. I wouldn't go any less than that. Same way, I mean, does it say 15 mil? You could go a wee bit less than that, but 1 mil a jump's reasonable.
Hmm.
Now,
Hmm.
if you got Jita to Rennes, for example, and this is where it gets interesting, although it's further away, I mean, personally, I wouldn't pay 1 million per jump. I would only pay maybe 750k. But then that still works out at like 22.5 million ISK profit for, you know what I mean?
Hmm. Hmm.
Compared to 15 and 9 for the Dixie and AMR, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
Yeah.
trial and error, I think there's a lot to do with it, If it, put it in there and it doesn't move as quick as you want it to, then you've priced it too low. If it disappears within a couple of seconds, then you know you're either right or you're over what you should be. You
What
can filter it down through there.
on the low end? Let's say that you don't care if it gets moved today. Like you're willing to put it up to like just be moved within the next 7 days or something like that. How low do you think you can go?
I would use different filters for that. Then I would use like a blockade runner, for example. I would do 250k minimum. If you're
Mhm.
not bothered about timescale, 250 minimum. A DST 500k minimum. A freighter I would choose about a million.
Mhm.
Oh
Mhm.
well, saying that, I mean a freighter you could probably get away with 750k, but that's lowballing it a bit.
A friend
Just
a friend of mine, Rolas, he prides himself in getting his shit moved for dirt cheap. He always gets laughed out of the channel every time he posts something in there because he doesn't pay hardly anything. But somehow his stuff always gets moved.
yeah, I mean if he's using high traffic lanes, then yeah, I mean people they're known as like filler contracts.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've
Mm-hmm.
got like a contract from I don't know, Rita to Heck or something, the guy flies out there, gets the Heck, and then he's wanting to fly all the way back to Cheetah. You'll look at the market and see what's there. It doesn't really matter how much he's getting paid for it because he's going back there anyway.
Right.
So take it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, a bit, a bit. I know that I'll fill up my cargo hold if there's nothing. If I've got extra space and I can fit something else, I'll take something that pays less per jump.
Yeah.
But I also won't take something that I have to put a billion ISK up for collateral, and it's going to pay me, a million to fly 15 jumps. I'll leave it and won't take it at all. I'll fly back empty.
Yeah, well, I mean, it really comes down to your own confidence level, how much risk you've got, and whether or not you think you're going to lose it.
Right.
You know what I
Me,
mean?
I always plan to lose them. I've lost a few, so I've even done
Well,
freighter hauling live on the show. So
how did that go?
it went well most of the day until I thought I had made it. I was using a Weber, and and it was all going really well until they decided to set up a camp at one jump from my destination out in some place that's in the middle of nowhere, and they, even though I had the Weber, they in high sec scrambled my freighter and lost their scrambling ships, and then they had me bumped at that point, and it was all over. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, Webers are good up to a point, but I mean, they can get ganked themselves. If people really want to kill you, I mean,
Oh
you're
yeah,
gonna
if
die.
if they really want to kill you, they will. But
Yeah.
the gankers tend to go for the easy targets. So
Yeah. Well, either that or the really fucking, high valued ones.
yeah, yeah. Like what was it we saw the other day? Oh my goodness, did I save that? I did on my. I put it on my Facebook or something like that for the show, but it was basically a Providence that had two cargo expanders and one bulkhead, reinforced bulkhead in its lows, and then its only cargo was four plex, and got
Ooh.
ganked.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's just dumb.
Yeah, I mean, you could have done that in the Cove Ops.
Yeah, never fly plex.
Uh, I mean, Plex is just valued the same as a lot of other things that get moved. It's actually
I
easier
guess
to
so.
move than a lot of the things at that value. So, I mean, if realistically, it's easier to move than it would be for a rattlesnake or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you know what I mean.
So I've seen a couple of problems in the haulers channel, and so like the what happened? Didn't the channel get hijacked sometime in
Yeah,
the
it did.
past?
Yeah. Yeah.
What what happened there?
Well, I was having a break. I was out of Eve for about a year. And one of my moderators sold his account. I'm taking it was for money. As far as I know, it was. It was actually a trusted mod for a long time. I don't know whether it was because I wasn't in the channel and they thought maybe it was dying or something like that. But anyway, he sold his account with the moderator rights still there, and basically it was a code alt that bought it, and they just went crazy with the channel.
I think the only
Um,
way that could happen, because aren't all those rights removed whenever you go through the official?
yeah, I would have
Uh,
thought so,
yeah,
but
I think so too.
I don't know. He's maybe actually sold his user account data. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I take it that's what you mean, like,
right. So they actually sold their account and
yeah,
not transferred a character.
that would make sense. I mean, I don't know for sure whether you can transfer with channel rights. I don't think you can, but it doesn't really make much sense if you could. Certainly a hole that needs plugged there if that's true, but I honestly don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that you got it back.
Yeah, well, I think Commander A9 made a channel. I'm forgetting the name now.
Yeah, he did, and we all mourned the loss of the Haulers channel for a while until it came back.
Yeah, it was.
So,
It was ironic. I came back like a month or two after that happened. I was like, God damn it! The channel survived the full year I wasn't there. But it's kind of a testament to how strong it actually is. I mean, I don't like. I mean, if you take Push for example, Sai, the boy that ran that, he disappeared for the channel, and that basically meant the end for Push. Um, they really, when he left, that channel really died. Just I don't know. I mean, I seen a Reddit post the other week there's a new boy who took over it now, and he's trying to get it back on the track, but pretty much getting slated in the comments section. Just it's there isn't a market for them anymore. You know what I mean? Especially with the Haulers channel, really has took over. I mean, obviously I'm going to be biased towards Bone channel, but yeah. I mean, back when I started the channel, I used to compare it to Red Frog. I'd have I mean, the only way, because it's an open channel, and it's, I can't really compare contracts moved, because I've no way of knowing. But I used to compare the channel volumes, like how many people were in the channels, and that, back when I started, that was my gauge, how well we were doing. And I used to compare it to Red Frog. You can actually see on the Hollis channel forums. I used to put up the count comparing it, but yeah, I mean that was a couple of years ago now. I mean, you look at the channel just now, we're sitting at 359 members. So, and like you say, I mean, contracts. I mean, obviously I can only really talk about myself because I do the contracts, but you know yourself the kind of collaterals, because there isn't a limit. That was one of the main things with the channel was I
right.
wanted to
Yeah.
remove any limits. You know what I
The
mean?
frog stuff. You have to get like special permission to go over 5 billion now or something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of hoops to jump through, and it just people don't want to do that. I mean, you want your stuff moved quick. You don't want to spend half an hour setting up. You know what I mean?
Well, and you don't
It's
need to pay. You don't need to pay those high prices for the administrative overhead of some of the organized groups.
yeah. Well, I don't get how they can justify some of the costs that they come away with. I mean, have you ever looked at Red Frog's calculator, for example?
I have looked at it before.
It's ridiculous.
Well,
I mean,
they raised their prices when they couldn't do when they decided that freighters were risky, or when the
well,
jump and when the jump. So when they made jump freighter fatigue, when they put in the jump fatigue, they changed prices, and then when so many freighters were getting ganked, they raised prices again.
well, I can certainly give you tips on how to get your stuff moved because, I mean, freighters, yes, freighters. I mean, in my opinion, they're basically dying. For what they used to be anyway, they're nowhere near as viable an option now as what they used to be. And my answer to that, personally, obviously, I need to get stuff moved quickly. So what I done is all the modules. I mean, the majority of your high value comes from modules. Now, I'll split my modules down into blockade runs, and I don't have a cap on how much collateral that can hold because of how safe it can be to move a blockade runner just because it's cloaked. Its align time's ridiculously fast, you know. So I mean, like you already know, like I mean, some of my contracts 25 billion, you know, and they go within a second.
Yeah,
Because
yeah. I get really miffed about that too. I look at that and I go, I could have done that. I could have run that, but it was gone in 1 second. I click on it, it's already gone, and I click on it right when you post it. How does that happen?
Well, main reason is because I post at the same time every day. I do it deliberately because of that.
Oh.
Because there's plenty of guys that'll be sitting there waiting on them. I know for a fact there's at least two that sit there.
I see. What is it? Is it John Flying Trucks?
Yeah, he's one of them.
Yeah, I see him on a bunch of your contracts, and I'm like, how does he do that? Is he like running a bot or something that just keeps watching and sees your name and clicks or something?
I'm pretty sure he's listening in as well, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
No, I was going to stop linking them in the channel because people were complaining. You know, it was basically linking contracts that were finished because they were getting accepted that fast.
Yeah.
But so when I announced that, he emailed me and they says, basically, do you really need to? You know what I mean? Because it does sit and wait and them coming up. And I was like, right, well, that's fine. Wait. He just answered.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I didn't really think he was running a bot, but it was just so hard to explain because literally 1 second after on some of these. Now, some of them were as high as 15 seconds after, but still, yeah, it's just incredible. I didn't know that the data moved that fast. You know.
That's the thing. I mean, their channel motto really is the more you pay, the less you wait. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, I don't actually pay that much in comparison to what my collateral is, but because it comes back to this, what people see, it's reward. The reward is, it does seem like a lot. And that's what people look at and they're like, fucking hell, that's like, I could make 250 mil in like 9 jumps, you know? It's like, you know, so people accept it really, really quickly. And when you are pricing contracts, something you've got to think about is how will other people see it? He's just rolling his eyes at me.
How do I?
I base all my prices on collateral alone. I don't use M3 values. Basically, I think it's 1%, but then I'll have minimum caps depending on distance. You know what I mean? So, like I said earlier about the Jita MR thing, you know, I wouldn't pay any less than 9 million per for the whole contract. I forget what we were talking about there. What were we talking?
Yeah, I was trying to look up some of your contracts at the same time here, and apparently you don't post any with Rita Jita.
No, I do.
Why can't I find them?
Because I've got 2 different corps.
Are you posting it under the corp? That's
Well,
what
it
you're
depends
doing.
what corp you're looking at, you know. Well, I don't know what is it you're looking up.
I don't know. I'm just wandering the internets. Let's see here. Show contracts. I'm looking at Universal. There we go. Universal Rita. And here's John Flying Trucks. He grabbed yesterday. Is that yesterday? Yeah. So, and well, that's $6 billion. He got paid $151 million. And it's interesting. You can't tell how quickly they were obtained after they're finished, because the date issued, it then becomes then what appears is the date of expiration, and once it's claimed, then it's the date that it has to be run by, and then when it's finished, it becomes date completed, and the other information's gone.
Yeah.
But I've looked at a few of these live and just seen how fast they go.
Yeah, certainly do. Yeah. Like I say, I mean, it's mainly down to just the same time every day. And that is why I do it, because as a trader, I do need to stuff moved quick. The quicker the better. The quicker something gets to point A to point B, it's the prices are as accurate as they can be at the time of buying. So my profits are going to be what I projected them to be.
Well, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. So the quicker you can get it over there, the sooner you can take advantage of the good market conditions, and you can make more profit because it got there in a very timely manner.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like take back to the 300,000 ISK minimum. I mean, like I use 500,000, but I mean, if you have to wait 24 hours, the chances of that spread remaining the same between the two regions is pretty slim. I mean, I mean, my business is revolving around the fact that the price updates between Jita and other systems is slow.
So,
You know what I mean?
I mean, gosh, if you're moving those items over there, do you sell them out before the market equalizes?
Normally, I don't take many. I do take losses to an extent. I don't take big losses, but there'll be some items that went under market value and they'll be selling less than what I bought them for. But on the whole, I still make 11 billion a day, so
Mm-hmm.
it balances itself out in my favour. So
Right.
I don't dwell on these things. You know what I mean? That, like, I'm sure you can imagine with the amount of orders I actually run, paying attention to that kind of stuff just be more hassle than what it's worth.
Mm-hmm. Now,
I'm not.
I use something. So evaluate my methodology, if you will. What I do is I buy stuff regionally on the market,
As
and
in
then
buy orders or
yeah, I just put out in normal market buy orders, and I buy at region level. I always buy for at least 30% below Jita's price of whatever it's selling for, and I don't typically go above that, so that if you know
buy
somebody else,
price or sell price.
there's the sell price. So I'll buy at least 30% of the sell price, and or more. It goes between 30 and 50. If I'm able to buy it lower than 50, I actually don't. I actually put it in a higher price to bring it up above 50%, because people feel like maybe they're just getting taken advantage of, even if you're the highest price in their area.
Depends on the region, really. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I use 50.
And then I take that stuff when I got it like a billion worth in a station. I'll have it shipped in, or I'll ship it in myself. And then when I post it for sale, post the stuff for sale, I post it at 90% of the top value in the last 3 months. And so it's not what the market is at right here today. It's like, like today it might be 80,000 or 800 million or whatever, and so but then, I see that they've been selling for 900 million or a billion or something, and I'll take it down about 10% to 900 million, and that's what I posted at, and then it'll sell typically within 3 months.
I mean, you could do that. I mean, there's different ways of looking at it. I mean, you could look at the graph and see if the market's fluctuated below what it should be at, and just sell it at the price that you expect the price to rise back to. I mean, if
Hmm.
you're quite happy to wait 3 months, certainly
Not so
solid way
much.
of doing it.
I don't like waiting, but that's why I've found that I've actually made money that way. So I'm making. I mean, it's not no 11 billion a day like you're making. I'm making about 200 million a day.
Yeah, I mean, there's two different styles of trade. I mean, I actually do what you're doing as well. I mean, I use 50%. I believe it's the sale price. It's been a while since I actually looked at it. I'm pretty sure it's the sale price. 50%, 50% below that. Um,
Yeah, if I needed immediate money, Jita always buys higher, and so if I'm buying at 50%, and I get a whole bunch of stuff at 50%, I can take it straight to market, and I can make, then sell it for 80% of the sell price. But I've just gone from buying it at 50% to selling it for 80% of its value, and making that 30%, or actually that comes out to more. It comes out to like a third when you.
yeah, but I think you're not updating orders, and you're just leaving it on the market.
I do leave stuff on the market. Yeah, because I know kind of what it will sell for, and everything fluctuates. Things get low stock or whatnot, and then all of a sudden it's kind of great, because all of a sudden I'll log in and I'll see that, oh, I've got several billion more ISK today than what's normal
Yeah.
overnight, and I'll see that, oh, okay, well, everybody ran out of these particular battleships, or whatever. And
But I think there's something good to point out there. Something I noticed a few years back. I used to, well, obviously I trade, I got a lot of stuff in the market, but when I took a break from Eve, I always just left the stuff on the market. And when
mm-hmm,
you come back to Eve, there's very, very, very little left.
mm-hmm.
Do you know what I
Sorry.
mean?
Yeah, go ahead. That's
Yeah,
a
so
customer order.
I wasn't sure if it was me.
No, 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 no,
um,
no. It's just a customer needs help, and I can help them while we're talking. So.
yeah, so like when you come back to Eve, what you realise is there's very little left on the market. It's all sold.
Mm-hmm.
And it's you know, that's like what you say. It's market fluctuation. That's it going up and down. So I mean, people in general really feel the need to 0.1 ISK and sell the stuff as quickly as possible, which makes sense if you've not got a lot of money. But if you've got the time and patience just to leave it there at the price that you set, there's a very good chance it's going to sell eventually at the
Mm-hmm.
price and the profit level that you already chose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. It will. It just takes longer. I think you're
yeah,
moving. I think you're moving stuff extremely fast comparatively. So I'm at the other end of the spectrum. You're moving stuff really quick, and I'm moving it really slow, and we're both profiting off of similar stuff, but yours is fast paced, mine's slow. So
depends. Some items quick, some items slow. It really, I mean, I trade literally anything that's profitable. I trade it. If it falls within my filters, I'll trade it. I honestly could they tell you what moves fast and what moves slow? It's just numbers to me. It's just on the screen. I don't really pay that much attention anymore. Um, Really, just because of the scale I operate. If I was to sit and check everything, it'd take me longer than anything. That'd be a full-time job just checking that kind of thing. I mean, I used to back when I was still in like about 10 billion. Actually, if somebody dropped the price too low, I would buy them out and just put that back on sale for the
mm,
difference.
mm-hmm.
Basically market manipulation, but just try to maintain prices or profits that you predicted. But
Welcome
like I say, I
to
Yeah.
the
mean nowadays
Dragons.
I don't even bother with it. It's just you know no
So
need.
what would you have? I would say a good amount of experience with making money in game.
Yeah.
And what would you recommend that new players? Where do they start? How would you recommend to a friend that they start making money in Eve?
But I was to recommend. I mean, couple of avenues. One is wait. We'll go with the first, which is you usually start doing missions. So pretty much straight away you start gaining LP points. Now, back when I started, this is actually where my trading strategy evolved from. Was you could buy +1 implants from the LP store for I believe it was 375 LP and 375k ISK.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, if you're doing even level 1 missions, that's not a lot of LP to gain, so you can actually buy a considerable amount of them. Now, the only place you could sell them in Jita, because they moved very, 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 very slowly, but the returns on them were anywhere between 1 and 3 million ISK. Now, I don't even know what the percentage is on that, but it's high. But that was how I started. But I also done. I think it was an Exquisitor that I got. This is back when I hadn't really decided what I wanted to do yet. I got an Exquisitor and I went out to Providence. Now at the time that was it was relatively safe to be in. I'm not sure if it is now.
Yeah.
Some But I used to go out there, Exquisitor, with in fact, I didn't even have a salvager. I had no, I did. I had a salvager on it. And had expanded cargo holds and had some slightly tanked modules. I don't know what they were, but they weren't very good because it was new. Basically, what I did was it became quite friendly. If you jump about the belts, you'll see wrecks sitting there with stuff in them.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can look at that wreck and you can identify whose wreck it is. I would then contact them and ask if it's okay that I loot the wreck. Now, the reason I done this was to get a rapport with these people that are living in Nullsec. Basically, because what happened once I go, kind of the guys knew me, they knew who I was always in the system. They when they were doing missions and things like that, they would say to me, do you want to come and salvage it? And we'll go, you can I would give them a percentage of what I salvage,
Mm-hmm.
because they're just trying to blitz it or whatever. That was a very good earner. The
Yeah.
difficulty was getting the stuff out and selling it. But I mean, there's always jump freighters going in and out of there at some point. So once you've acquired enough goods, you can get that stuff moved quite easily. Um, yeah, that was probably two main ways I started out with. I would recommend. The other thing, I mean, if you were going to, I can't really talk about manufacturing, basically because I've never done it. I mean, I said this to you earlier. I
Mm-hmm.
always compared, I've done the calculations. I compared, and I always found I could make more money trading. So that's what I done. Um, Now, if someone I mean, if I was going to say to someone to start out in trading, I always tell them to start out with implants, as in, like your learning implants. Now, the reason that I say that is because your plus one, two, three, four, all the way up to five, they scale very well throughout every region, every system. They will sell. Now,
Hmm.
what it will then allow you to do is to find your feet, so to speak. So you start out small and you can try different trading styles like buying regionally or trading between hubs or just station trading. They all work. The implants are very good that way. They're very diverse. You can do a lot of stuff with them. You can
Hmm.
do 90% of the trading styles with just implants alone. So yeah, I would always recommend to a new trader to start out doing that, and then once you find your feet, or even doing things like that, trying all different styles actually gives you more ideas of stuff that you can do. And they always say, I mean, if you ever tried to learn about trading on the webs, on the internet, it's find a niche. Now that's very very vague, but it's one of the things. I mean, that obviously I've found my niche. That's what I'm doing now. So but back when I started, I had no idea what that meant. It's like find a niche. How can you find a niche in a game that thousands of people play, and there's no chance that you're going to find something that nobody else has found?
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
Well,
Well, if you focus on a niche, you'll be really finely tuned and
Welcome
able to
to
see
the
what's going on,
Dragons.
and then take advantage of everything where everybody else is just general trading.
well, this is why I'm saying about starting with implants and trying different styles of trade. Is because you're actually doing all the different styles of trade. You can then kind of muddle something together and come up with something unique.
Hmm.
And implants give you a very good item to start that off with. I mean, it doesn't mean that you need to do it only with implants, but to begin with, if you're limited cash, it's a solid item to begin with because you know it's going to sell. Um, and I mean, obviously, just take it there. Everything scales in Eve with the money that you've got. So obviously, the more money you get, the more money you're going to make. So,
Right.
but at least at that point, you'll have an understanding of all the different styles of trading, and you can see yourself how best to manipulate them into your own style.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Would you recommend that if somebody who's new and trying this, would you recommend that they like do something like buy a couple of Plex so that they can get a little bit more operating capital right off the bat?
I
Um,
would definitely recommend it if you're planning on hauling.
yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. You need to money. You need to be able to cover your ship. You need to be able to cover your ship replacement, and you need to be able to cover the collateral.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I was going to start out as a hauler, I mean, first thing I would do, yeah, buy a couple of Plex. But, no, in fact, take that back. First thing I would do is I would train deep space transporters and blockade runners, both the same skill, transport ships, I believe it is. Train that as soon as you can. If you're interested in hauling, that's what you want to do. And even if it's not, I mean, these ships will still be useful for PvP. Get your stuff moved in and out of low sec. So, I mean, I would train them. Once they're trained, and only then I would buy Plex. Just to, like you say, get the collateral. There is a lot of contracts. See, if you're quite savvy with hauling in general, you can make a lot of money. I mean, there's guys that do it. I mean, there's guys that make billions a day. I know for a fact.
Billions a
Um,
day. Well,
oh yeah,
I've never
definitely.
made quite that much. Well, unless I'm doing jump freighter work.
I mean, you've got guys sitting there with alts in every hub or places of interest. Um, you've got guys sitting there with alts, and then the contracts come up, they'll accept them straight away. There's no flying time between them. They'll accept them, then they'll send them to their alt that's the actual hauler itself, and then they'll haul
Well, but
it.
but don't you have to be able to run something yourself, even if because let's see, because you can't double wrapped package. I,
Yeah,
gue-
that
I
could be an
guess,
issue if you're. But
but you can still manually trade that
yeah,
in the station to the other one and then follow them out to deliver.
I mean, most people that are used to making contracts know not to actually do that. Or like use station containers and stuff like that. No station, but containers. People that make the contracts know that that's kind of frowned upon in the hauler community just
Yeah.
because you can't put things onto your alt. Now, most haulers will use a sept and alt, and then they'll use an actual hauling alt, and it's because of ganking. Really.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the fact that you can't be in a corp with a haul. Well, you shouldn't be in a corp with a hauler just because, say, word X and stuff. But
Right, right. Yeah, that's recommended for anybody who's thinking of hauling. NPC Corp for your hauler, most definitely.
I mean, don't feel like you need to buy Plex, but if you're planning on, you see a lot of contracts come up, you're like, oh god, I wish I had the money for that. Man, yeah, that's when you would buy a Plex. But I mean, there's definitely plenty smaller contracts there, for people. They come up in the channel, a lot of the time. Obviously, I don't really look at them, but because I don't haul. But yeah, I mean, you can work your way up. I mean, obviously, Plex. If you're buying Plex, it's I don't know. Do people do that? Pretty sure they do, but
Yeah, they do. So that's how I make my living
yes,
in real
I mean,
life.
that's
Well, part of how I make it. So
what buying Plex.
no, selling.
How do
In
you
real
do
life,
that?
selling. Yeah, our store. So I mean, I'm a business partner with CCP, and yeah, so our store we sell Plex and new accounts and all of that, and then most of the people who buy the Plex they go in game and they sell them. They don't use it for extending their subscription.
Yeah.
So, yep.
All right. So something for the future. I might look into it.
Yeah, so I bet you're making enough money that you're not paying subscription on any of your accounts.
I only paid the first initial subscription. Ever.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you've plexed it
Um,
ever since, huh?
Yeah.
Play for free. You heard it,
Got to it.
folks.
I don't believe in having to pay for a game every month. It's I don't know.
How many accounts do you have?
Right now 3.
Only 3. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I kind of I
I've
had
got a
pegged
lot
you
of accounts,
make.
but I've only got 3 active at the moment.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
I'm actually taking a wee break at the moment. Although I'm still trading every day and stuff like that, it's this is what do you call it? Like low scale for me. I've got 11. In fact, that's not true. I've got 12. In fact, fuck that. I've got more than that. What do you do? I think I've got 16 accounts. They've all got tunes on them. Aye, no, that's right. 16, I think. I have 32 traders. Is it? Oh, I can't even remember. I've got them all written down on an Excel sheet somewhere. So keep track of
So
them. But
so okay. So when other people are running your contracts, have you ever had one fail?
oh yeah, definitely.
And
Um,
did they fail because you undervalued the collateral and they failed it on purpose, or because they got killed?
they failed. I mean, when I was telling you a wee while back there that I changed to BRs and DST runs only, like exclusively. I don't even use freighters now, and it was because of that. When I had a break and I came back to Eve and I tried to use freighters like the way I always had done, they were failing a lot, like a lot. So there arose the need to change the way that I done contracts.
Can't you make money off that though?
Me, personally.
I mean, when somebody fails it and you've got it, 20% above market value, and you were already playing the market really nicely, you instantly make profit. I mean, I bet at their expense.
I mean,
But
depends how you look at it. I mean, for me personally, it doesn't make sense because the amount of contracts that I actually make. I mean, I only over collateralize at 5%.
oh,
I do that to make mine as appealing as possible for everybody because I make money mainly for trading. If people are accepting my contracts and getting ganked, for one, I've lost a hauler. If they can't replenish their account, then that's I'm a hauler down, which means my stuff's going to move slower. Two,
yeah.
I mean, if you're accepting contracts off of one guy and you keep getting ganked, then yeah, you're just going to stop accepting these contracts, aren't you? So, yeah, for me, that's counterproductive. It's better for me if things move quickly and safely.
Have you ever made a mistake on a contract that cost you a lot of money?
I don't think so. I don't know. Not since I started trading, like the way I do. I don't think I've. I don't know.
I've
Maybe better
missed
ask
I've
the guys
missed
in
some
channel.
zeros before on collateral, and ended up with them being failed just because it was so undervalued. So,
I mean, I don't really do that. I mean, I click on my Excel sheet, it auto updates to my clipboard, and then I just paste it in the box. So
oh, nice.
that
Yeah,
saves the kind of worries for me, you know.
yeah,
Same way with my price updates as well. That's why I do that because yeah, I'm pretty sure if I was doing it manually, because I mean, some nights you're sitting there and you're half asleep, you know what I mean, or in the morning especially.
hmm
But yeah, like you said earlier about as much automation as possible without, you know what I mean, breaking the rules. That's kind of
right.
what it's all about.
Yeah, yeah. So what's the most profit you've ever made in one day?
Just over 25 billion, I think it was.
25 billion. Phew. Cool.
I think it's
So
just short of 26, I think.
yeah.
Thereabouts.
So and looking on like Eve Mogul, what is Eve Mogul? I've never really looked into it too much.
Well, it was a good. The main thing that brought me to Mogul was the multiple, like you could have multiple corps or accounts or whatever, and they all pull together to give you your daily profit. Now I've got like
Hmm.
umpteen tunes and corps and stuff like that, so you know that was why I used it. But initially, I mean I've got my own tool for tracking my profits anyway, but I actually went on the Mogul for advertisement.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
I mean, I only joined Mogul. That was only about 6 months or something. I was on it,
Welcome to the
and then I've actually
Dragons.
stopped it now that I got the trillion. If anybody ever catches it, I'll go back on it and bump it up a bit. But
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure it annoyed guys because I was on top of that leaderboard literally every day for like 6 months. So
Mm-hmm.
but they're in SCC Lounge. Look at the guys. The boy that runs it as well. He hangs about in there as well. Um, he's actually on just now. Aye,
Yeah.
no, that's what it is. Especially just I mean, the main thing about Mogul is the leaderboard. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Having a lot of issues of late. I'm actually in talks with another boy. I don't know if you'll know the site. It's called Eve Dash Business, run by Eve Stock Exchange. Is the name of the guy's character.
Hmm.
I'm in talks with him just now. He's got a really nice site, but it's missing a few key functionality, mainly multiple corps and characters getting pulled together for overall profits, and just a lot of layout and stuff like that's getting changed. But he seems quite a competent coder. I mean, just looking at his site initially, it's very nice. So I'd keep a wee eye on that over the coming months because I know he is working on it. I had a actually TeamSpeak conversation with him 2 week ago or a week ago. Just he was asking my opinion. What as like obviously, he contacted me because when I signed up to his account, it was like thousands and thousands and thousands of lines of transactions going through his site. It actually slowed his site down. So he contacted me. And he was just asking, what I thought and what would have changed. So we done a wee a back forward with him. Gave him a lot of ideas for things, features and changes and whatnot. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep a wee eye on that site. I don't want to discard, sound like I'm talking bad about Mogul, but the guy's been really busy in real life. The site's having a lot of issues, and you need to pay for it. And the fact that you're paying for it, there's a lot of people complaining on the forums right now about it because you're paying for the service, you're not getting the service, and yet you're not getting any
Mm.
freebies in return. So if it does work, it's nice. I gave up with it just because of that. I mean, I was having to email. Sorry, I've got him on Hangouts, but I was having to talk to him and ask him to fix my account because again, it was. I mean, mass transactions. If you go over 1,000 transactions per hour, it was causing the site to fail, which for me happened pretty fucking often. So, yeah, every time I had to contact him and get it fixed. So.
The problems of scale of success. That
Yeah.
happens in the real world too.
Well, the first couple of times, like, yes, I broke it, but
Yeah.
yeah, it become quite annoying after a while. So once I reached that trillion, I just came off the site because yeah, it was. But it's good to have. Especially if you know way tracking your profits, especially over multiple tunes or corps, is a good thing to have.
I've been using JEV assets.
I haven't
And,
used that for years. I used to use it for the Universal Jita.
yeah, I try.
Has it
I
changed?
just use it to tell me where all my stuff is. So,
Oh, he used that for region trading.
well, I use it for knowing when. Yeah, so I can see each region with it and stuff, and then, but then also I can see how much value of stuff I have sitting at each station and what its volume is, and I just eyeball it and say, okay, well, it's time to move this stuff into market.
But obviously custom made so that everything can be ordered the way I want it to. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Everyone highlights that needs to be traded.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I see. I've got similar thresholds are set and whatnot.
Yeah.
So it's
Right.
quite easy to do. I don't know if you know any Excel.
Well, I do have I do have the highest certification from Microsoft in Excel, but that also was 10 years ago. So,
Yeah.
but it's not much different. And I mean I do a lot in Google Sheets, and I've hooked into the APIs and everything.
I hate Google Sheets. It's horrible.
Well, it's not as good, but I decided that I wasn't paying for Microsoft products anymore. So,
Alright.
yeah.
Pirate copy, mate.
No, no,
Pirate
no,
copy.
no, 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 no. Not me. But anybody else wants to, that's on them. But yeah, for me, and I actually with Google, I have a Google Apps account, and so I actually get paid support from Google. So
I did it for a while, and you come back and you try to read your own formula, and you're just like, oh my god.
no, you have to learn them all again, don't you?
Exactly, you totally
Yeah,
do.
you have to figure it out. You're like, got to follow the trail. Okay, this came from this and this and this.
Alright.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad. Yeah, I hate coming back to Excel. See if you've had like a year out or you haven't. Oh, see, I'm bad for not naming my cells. So when I come back to look at a formula, it's just all numbers and numbers and letters. It's horrible, but
Yeah.
it's good fun. Good fun. They say ease the game of spreadsheets. So sorry, it's
It
the
is.
game
Oh,
of
and so you're
spreadsheets.
winning at the game of spreadsheets.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know if I'm winning. I'm pretty sure there'll be plenty of guys doing more than what I'm doing. I think for a solo operation, I'm doing quite well though.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So,
I don't know.
kind of, wrapping things up. Is there anything else on your mind? Anything else we think we should talk about in this whole area?
Probably as soon as you hang up, I'll think of something. But
Yeah. Well, we can have you on again sometime in the future.
nice one.
So, yeah,
Yep, definitely got for that.
yeah. So, okay. Well, it's really cool. Thank you very much for the Haulers channel. I am in there every day. It's the channel that I'm in the most. And
Cool.
so
Shall we see if there's any questions before I go?
Yeah. So we've got the Haulers channel up, and we've got chat up. I've got chat up on YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, if anybody has questions, shoot. So it'll take them a minute to hear this and start typing something up. So yeah, I know this is my area of passion, is commerce, and so it's always it seems to be a lot around the Haulers channel. That's where it kind of seems to be the hub.
Yeah, I think. But the other day they were trying to think about what might happen in this conversation. I was dead nervous about this, by the way. And back what I was thinking is, because we're going to ask about how to make money hauling and stuff like that. Now, I think a big thing to point out that hauling is very similar in a way to, like, say, mining, and if the whole concept and the mentality behind it is it's almost a pacifist source. It can be taken very far. You can do it actively, but I think most people when they turn to hauling, it is just for the simplicity of it. It's you can do it while doing something else.
Except you should not fly on autopilot.
Shoot.
You don't know how many times I've been making dinner wishing I could push that autopilot button when I'm running back and forth to the kitchen to my computer and I'm just checking to see have I uncloaked at gate yet.
Or am I dead?
Yeah. So Rageflip has a question here. Let's see here. He says, "How come there's no small contracts in the Haulers channel?"
Well,
There are from time to time, I think.
There's one just posted just now for 1M3, if that's what you mean by small.
Or maybe he means small collateral.
Yeah.
Ooh,
There is-
110 billion, and someone took it. Whew. Yeah. That may not be a great
Haulers
example.
Channel, that's for the Haulers channel.
Yeah.
That's another good thing to point out. Actually, is there's no queue in the Haulers channel either. That's why we've got the motto: the more you pay, the less you wait, is because there is no queue. So unlike Hauler Corps, where everything gets done in a certain order, you know, it's a player-run market. Prices are player-run. You decide what you want to do, and I think that itself is the reason why the Haulers channel is so quick. Is because people don't need to travel to go somewhere to get something, because that's what's next on the list. It's you do it when you're there. You know, if there's something there, you just fucking take it. You know what I mean?
So
Small contracts. There is small contracts. I don't. Obviously, they're not
yeah,
going to be.
I think there are, and I have seen contracts. People, I mean, you probably need at least a couple 100 million for collateral.
But I've got the answer for you. The reason that there's no small contracts, as you say, is because to get something moved by a hauler, you have to pay a certain amount. Now, if your collateral is a low value, the chances of your profit from that item covering the cost of the shipment is going to be pretty low.
Yeah,
So,
you figure out how to run it yourself.
yeah, I think that could be why there's maybe not as low value as what you're expecting, but I mean, there definitely is. They do turn up. Again, like everything else in Eve, it all scales with how much money you have. So, you know, the more money you've got, the more money you make, the more contracts you're going to make, the more money the people that are hauling the contracts are going to make. It's, you know.
Takes money to make money.
Exactly.
So Aoic asks, how do you go about creating a formula / spreadsheet that links directly to Eve? So it updates automatically.
What I done is I went on to eForms Technology Centre and put up a post offering ISK for someone to do it for me.
Oh, brilliant.
I don't actually program. All my stuff's made. I worked one-on-one with a guy for 2 years developing. I mean, I've got a really good understanding of the concepts of you know, programming, what needs done, what's the limitations and stuff like that. But as far as language, I don't know it.
Right.
One of the things I always wanted to learn, just never had the time. So, if you've got the money, you can certainly have anything made.
Cool.
So yeah.
Yeah. So and you know, to expand a little bit further on that, if you go out and search for spreadsheets that connect to the Eve Marketplace, you will find some, both Excel and Google Sheets, and then you can use those and start to edit it to make it your own for what you need. That'll at least give you a little
There's
start.
definitely some you can buy now. I know for a fact there's a couple of some threads on I think it's the Technology Centre part of the forum where you can go. There's people that are selling them just now, different ones catered for different needs. They're quite good value as well. I think one was 25 million, something like that.
Okay. So, very cool. There's a couple of thank yous in chat as well. People thanking you for all you do for the hauling community. Carnedy's one of them.
Not a problem. I may as well advertise this here because it is directly related. Ah, sure. Sorry, 2 seconds. I'm going to post this to you in chat, and you can link it. What it is, it's a petition for CCP. Basically, for you know when you do a hauling or a courier contract for like the missions.
Where
get
did you
a-
where did you post this at? Where did?
In game on your main.
Oh, okay. I have many accounts open. Okay. I found it. Okay. So I'll post that into Twitch
Yeah, it's
chat here.
getting brought up at the next CSM meeting next quarter, whenever it is. Basically, it's for time-based rewards, so
Oh, so that
um,
more pay for quicker service.
yeah, pretty much a lot similar to the actual missions that you get in these courier missions, distribution missions.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Same idea, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if any of you want to show support for that, go ahead. The more the better.
Yeah. So definitely. In fact, I did respond to that. I think shortly after you posted it. So. And I even posted it in one of my videos somewhere. We talked about it actually on the show.
Right. Fantastic.
Yeah. So.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Well, thanks for having me, and
Yeah.
thanks, everybody. I hope I did bore you.
Yeah. So and thanks for taking the time spending with us today. And I know I learned a lot, so I know everybody else learned a lot. And and of course, thank you for the Haulers channel. I love it. I hang out there all the time, and I don't talk much on Marky Dragon in there, but I do. I do chat with one of my alts in there quite often. So
Spies.
yes, spies. Yes, it is my spy. So anyway, okay. Well, guess that'll wrap things up. So
Okay. Thank you very much.
yeah, thank you for your time and fly safe.
Yes, you too. Take it
Okay.
easy.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so there we go. That was Rita Jita, and Rita being one of the, founder of the Haulers channel and somebody who does a lot of trading, a lot of commerce in the game and everything, and makes more money than daily than what most people have in their bank account total. So, yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to continue on here. And at this point, we are going to change over and we're going to do some hauling here. And we're going to do a couple things. One is that Sirion, I gave out everybody gold, 200 gold when he resubbed. Sirion was here earlier and posted his 20 months of being subscribed. He's the number one. He's the oldest subscriber on the channel. So thank you, Sirion. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you very much. And sorry I couldn't celebrate that while we were doing the interview. And then we're going to do a drawing. We are over 200 viewers, so we will do a drawing for a new account, brand new account for Eve, and a one of the content packs, and that's exclamation point ticket space 1 or higher if you have more gold. And so we'll draw for that in a couple of minutes, and then yeah, we are going to do some hauling, and feel free to ask any questions you have, as well as I will post a link to the completed video for those who missed the interview and later, and it'll be in today's video on YouTube. So okay, I'm going to step away for just a moment, and then when I come back, I'll write up this giveaway, and we'll do the draw on that, and then we're going to go out hauling. So, be right back.
Welcome to the Dragons.
I can see that camera's not happy, is it? What's going on with that? Reset that camera. There we go. Okay. So. Yes, and I have one of my fire alarms that's not very happy either. My wife's like, oh, damn fire alarm woke me up. It's out there chirping once a minute. Hate that. So, okay. Let me get this written up. Final call, ! Ticket space 1 to get in on the drawing. And so I'm going to, excuse me, going to give that out. It's a brand new account for Eve with one of the add-on content packs. And this comes from our store. The store is what supports the show. ! Coupon in Twitch chat. Get you a coupon code, save you a few % on purchases of Plex or new accounts or Orem. And any purchases support the show, and that coupon code will save you a few bucks. So it's a win-win. You win, I win, we win. Mm-hmm. All right, it's all written up, so about 30 seconds, I'll close this. And then if you miss out on this one, no sweat. We're going to do it again, and we'll draw again at 300 viewers. So, yeah. Okay. And so... Okay, so let's see here. Okay, closing and drawing. Colcrad, congratulations. Colcrad put in 1,200 tickets. He's been saving them for a little while. So Colcrad is the winner. Colcrad. Let's see here. Industrialist, colonist, skirmisher, or explorer. Your choice. He's like, what? He yelled it. That's why I yelled it. So it's your choice on which one you want. For those of you that missed out, we will do it again. I just got to send him his and then do it again. He wants an explorer. I think that's a pretty good choice. And work that up here. And again, I appreciate your guys' support. Anytime you guys buy stuff through the store, it helps support the giveaways too and all of that. So, Colcrad, check your Twitch mail. You'll find that contained within. And then we'll reset that. Start a new one. We'll draw again at 300 viewers or the end of the show. I'm pretty sure we'll hit 300. So, anyway. Yep. And so that was a lot of fun. Thank you again, Rita Jita. I actually learned a lot. It gave me a lot of ideas for how I'm going to go out and make more money. And, thinking about, using spreadsheets and such for, for this commerce and getting access to everything, figuring everything out. I kind of have a good base on those kinds of things, but, something more needs to be done. I wonder if we can find one that that we could recommend, or
Welcome to the Dragons.
or start off of? Man. My wife got her new computer, and we ended up having to buy. Yeah, it's a Murloc raid. We ended up having to buy her a new laptop last night. I really didn't want to do that because we really didn't have the money to spend on that. And so, and you want to have the money to spend on something like that so you can get exactly what you want. And anyway, so I've got to give her access again. When we put her computer in the shop, I removed her access to our family Google Drive stuff. So, because we didn't want them accessing it. So, let's see here. Just got to hook her up. She's trying to get her computer up and running. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so getting wifey hooked up. Happy wife is a happy life. Yes. She does not play Eve. She is a gamer though. She does play other games. Hello, Fiaz. Or Fiaz. Welcome. And Jamal. Hello, and Mishka, and Grub Slayer. Okay, so, and I've got a bunch of follows that we had. Let me catch up on that. I didn't bark anybody out whenever we were doing the interview. So, Minor G, Wolfie, Amberlyn, IP Tank, I'm Majair, I Crap. What a great name. Shakespeare, Nishing Diver, yeah, I'm probably messing that one up. D-Man and NewEdenMeta.com. If that's not an advertisement, thank you for following. Welcome. NewEdenMeta.com. No, not New Eden Metal Band. So, Yep. Well, password Eve, username Eve. Okay, maybe I'll look at that some other time. So, okay. Now, we're going to do some hauling. And I'm going to put all our channel stuff back in here. So, and we're going to look at some contracts to do and make some money. So, I commonly follow the hauler's channel and watch for stuff in there, but I also put together searches. So I am flying today a DST hauler, and this is this right here is Deep Space Transport. It is it can be tanky or it can be fast. Can't necessarily be both.
To the dragons.
And it's a pretty reliable ship. So it's very reliable for when you are going out and
Welcome to the dragons.
and doing runs. It's probably one of the safest ships. And I won't be flying a freighter today because freighter is not safe for me to do. So okay. Oh, I got to take care of this customer here. So. Excuse me for just a moment. Okay. Man. Yes. Okay, give me just a second here, everybody. When redeeming an account code you received, do I just create a new account and input the code? There's more to it than that. Yeah, you go to eveonline.com/activate, and then you create the new account. And you can use the same email address as other accounts. It doesn't have to be a unique email address. And okay. And then the content pack can be added to that account or to any account. So it doesn't matter which account that's added to. But the other one does create a new account. So, okay. Can I link my ship build in the Haulers channel, please? Well, I don't want to have a bunch of chat about the show in the Haulers channel, so please go to live shows, LIVESHOWS, the live shows channel, and I will post it there. So I'll post it there right now for anybody who's there, and then can post it again if you missed it. Just say hello in there. So okay, there's many different kinds of ships is kind of what I was getting at here, and so I'm looking for any good runs here, and so far not seeing anything real special here. So usually, though, the reason I chose to do this on Saturday is because there's usually a lot of contracts. So, yeah, and we'll use the live shows channel just because we don't want to spam up the Haulers channel. So we do post fits in there from time to time and stuff and everything, but we don't want to. But that's when it's direct response to questions in there. So, okay. Now, so I'm looking for some good stuff to haul, and we're not seeing it yet. But we're not going to do any freighter stuff. But I will show you these different ships that I've got and everything, and So the one of them I posted in there is this one. This is really just a tank fit. It's meant to be able to take damage from like tornadoes and such at a gate. This is more so for my own thing. I don't normally fly this. What I normally fly is something different that's a lot faster. But given that I'm live streaming today, I'm going to be a lot more tanked so that if they're going to take me out, they're going to have to use several tornadoes to try and get me and everything. So, and it has happened to me before. So that's why I'm flying more tanked today. But let me just show you some different chips. I'll just go through some different chips here. I will post these fits in the live shows and kind of show them to you while we're waiting for maybe something good to come up. If not, we'll just start taking some stuff and running it. I have a couple of blockade runners that I like. Most of the theory of these can be applied to any one of the races. These are all Galante, and this one right here is very fast. So this fit, I call it 4500, and that's because that's all the space that's in it, all the cargo space that's in it, and that's at max skills. And so it's named 4500. So that's all that it can hold, but it is very, very fast, and this is a blockade runner, which means that it can warp cloaked. So it's good for the covert ops, and it's really quick. This one's at 11.06 AU, which is a very fast ship. So especially for a industrial ship, it is extremely fast. And then I have a different version of this, which is not quite as fast, and it holds 13,430. It's cargo expanded out, and it has very little defense. So it needs to be cloaked, and you have to use, if you're landing at Jita with a blockade runner, you never, ever just take the standard warp in of saying, okay, dock. You always jump to a point within the docking ring that is a bookmark that you've made so that you're not coming in at a normal angle. So the guys out there sitting in tornadoes just waiting for a blockade runner to appear so they can pop it, so that they hope to be able to see the so they hope to be able to get on a really awesome kill mail, because these can't be scanned. So they assume that it's very possible that you're running like blueprints or something like that. So live shows, LIVESHOWS is where we're posting these fits. And those of you who are in there, if somebody else comes in and says they missed some, instead of me reposting all of them, can you guys repost for them? So, yes, also use an undock, an insta when you're leaving station as well. You do not want to sit there very long, because they can take you out in one shot. That's how fragile these are. And these ships cost a lot. So the last one that I was killed in, 200 million or so. So if you guys can post the links again for those, thank you, I appreciate it. So there's that fit, and so those are kind of the two fits that I have used sometimes. Sometimes I'll put some stuff down in here if I don't need this. In fact, it's always good to carry stuff in your lows, and you only put in as many cargo expanders as you absolutely need, and keep the rest with protection or with faster alignment or whatever. So you want to only use as many cargo expanders as are necessary. So then I have multiple different DSTs, and So this one here is kind of it's a fit that I only use when I am going someplace where I know that people are going to try and scram me. There's no other reason to have this many warp stabs. And so this can defeat most Instalock Svipples and such. You can still get away. But I don't use this very often at all. Because typically what I'll do is I'll wait until they're not there, negating the need for something like this. So, yeah, in fact, I probably haven't flown this one in at least 6 months. And so, now with the DSTs, there is a cloak on here. It can't cloak while warping, but I put a micro jump on so that if you are getting attacked at a gate or something, that you hit your micro jump, you go out. As soon as you land, you hit your propulsion, you hit your cloak, and then you change angle at which direction you're going, and you stay out there cloaked until you can get away. So, how many points have I got there? I don't know. It's just so there's 2 on each of these. Is that right? Is these warp scramble strength -1? So, and there's already +2 on here, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. Is that what that equals? I'm not really sure. So, it's this is basically a I'm scared to run through a gate fit. But when you're going into low sec, it's pretty necessary. So. Not all the time, because I have here another version of it, which is not quite as anal, doesn't have quite as many warp stabs, and has these inertia stabilizers to help with getting aligned to get to warp quicker. And so I would use this one a lot more commonly. And then let's see here. And then I have this next one, which is really for high sec. I don't use this one on the show, but flies at 7.27 AU. And then it aligns pretty quickly, and these help with the warp speed. So this I can deliver stuff pretty quickly, and so I think it flies under 4 AU naturally. Is it 3 or 4? So that one, and then as far as other stuff, let's go to another industrial I have here, which I call Dumb Trucker. This one is. What kind is this? I forget what kind of ship this is. Iran Mark V, I think. And yes, it's an Iran Mark V. And it really is just all about shields and cargo. And so, it's got all this cargo space. It can hold 40,000. And I typically don't carry anything very valuable in it. It's just when I got some stuff I want to move quickly that's not very valuable. I don't want to take a very expensive ship out. And I might take this into null or into low just because it's very expendable. This whole fit is less than 10 million. And if I'm going out and picking up titanium or something like that, it's not worth very much. So, And it's just it's really a kind of a dumb fit. It's an almost I don't care fit. But 40,000 in the cargo space in a Tech 1 ship. A good rule of thumb is you probably don't want to carry over 500 million in one of these ships in a Tech 1. Or maybe there's even a different amount to consider to be a good amount. But these get popped pretty easily. So the BRs popped, the blockade runners get popped a little bit easier, but these get popped easily as well. So, and without all the cargo expanders, let's see here. Without all the cargo expanders, it's 12,000. So, you know, and maybe you would carry in your fit, bulkheads or something else for some protection, and only use as many cargo expanders as you need. So, yeah. And then let's see here. The Galante has several ships, and they have more in the industrial ships than any other race. See, here's all the industrial ships down here. So Amar has 4, Caldari has 4, Galante has 7, Mimitar has 5. So in the Mimitar realm, the Hoarder here is its special one. It can hold ammo, and I've used those for ammo hauling before it, and it holds quite a bit actually. The other ships here, it's a Nereus. I think that this is just a it's just a Tech 1 ship, not real big cargo hold. It's a newbie fit. The Kairos, let's see, bonus to max velocity. So, and I think velocity would be propulsion and not warp. Oh, and it has mineral hold capacity. Okay, so it's bonus to mineral hold. So it has a mineral hold. So this is for mining, and this one is for general hauling. And then the Epithial is for planetary commodities. And so it's designed for that and has really big cargo hold for that. And then the Mimos, this one's for ore. And then the Interon Mark V is kind of a general one. So, yeah.
I'm an equal opportunity ass kicker.
Yeah.
Today will be a good day to die.
And Branod Lee just did. So, okay. And then there's the Tech 2 ships, which the Viator, this one's the Blockade Runner, and then the Aquator, which is the Deep Space Transport. There's two other ships, which these are all the same in all the races. There's Noblesque, which is the freighter, and then there is the Anshar, which is the jump freighter. And there is some race differences, like this one has more tank than the others, whereas like Nomad or the Mimitar stuff is faster at aligning and such. So anyway, this really long ship. They look funny, if you ask me. Let's see here. So there's that, and then I can show you freighter here. I don't have my jump freighter here, so I can't show you that, but I do have a freighter here. And the the freighter can go out to about 1.1 something million, and but just generally at max skills 550,000, and I generally inertia stabilizers to help get it off gates quicker. But other than that, okay, so we are going to be flying this one. Yeah. So one interesting thing about the Deep Space Transport is they have 2 cargo holds. You can see here it's only got 2,100 cubic meters in its cargo hold. It's 3,900 but I have the bulkheads in, which reduce it. Then the fleet hangar, though, 62,500, and you can put anything in here, including a fitted ship. So, anyway, that's where I put most of the stuff. So, okay. Now let's find us some contracts. I can run some pretty expensive stuff if I see it, but there hasn't been very much stuff posted this morning, and so we'll just run with it. Okay. 37 jumps. Wow. 6 million for 9 jumps to Amar. Amar is probably going to be the place that's most likely to have a return trip. It's 1 billion. It doesn't pay very well. I usually don't go for less than $1 million a jump, but I do want to, run something, and so I guess that'll work. This Ren's one here wouldn't fill me up, so... Oh, and there's all of these. 3.25 million for 5 jumps. Rita Jita. There's a bunch of them. So... Well, so I have this set up for the current region. And, oh yes, you can also allow people in space to access the fleet hangar. So if you're working in a fleet, you can do that. So let me look at the haulers channel here too. Not seeing anything in there posted recently. Yeah, let's go run one of these. $1.3 billion. It's only going to pay $3.25 million. It's not very much, but we're just going to go out and run it. So now another thing I do too, which some people may say, "Oh my God, you shouldn't do that," or "How unethical," or whatever. But but I will peek in the cargo. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is I want to know whether or not it's a gank contract. Because if it is a gank contract, I need to treat it differently than if it's a legitimate contract. If it's a gank contract, I may very well bring out one of my other haulers to haul it. And I may even take a route that is not logical or what is unexpected. So if there's another way out of that system to go around for what the most logical way would be, then I will take that way. And so a gank contract, typically high collateral, and you'll find something in it like a cargo container or just crap. And it'll be a 2 or 3 billion ISK collateral, and the pay will be pretty high. And so you don't want to treat those differently because you can be set up. The other thing is I want to know what's in it, because if knowing what people are transporting back and forth can give you just a little hint of possible commerce happening. You can tell when it's fits that somebody's just transporting their ship, or when it's commodities. And so if they're transporting a bunch of, one kind of module or something like that, going to and from one place to another, you can kind of look at the markets and see what it is that they're doing, and kind of gauge what kind of potential profit they're making. So Anyway. And watch out in Amar. Yeah, tornadoes, yeah. So, yes, there are tornadoes. I can survive several tornadoes tagging me in this. So, I will be aware of that. So, it is possible that I'll get ganked on stream today. You know, it's just all part of everything. So especially when I'm streaming, but you know, maybe it won't be an issue either. So I also, when I'm out hauling, let me show you guys this. When I'm out hauling, I have, you see here my personal assets, and I've got all of these things are lit up on here. So I buy stuff out here, and anything that can be easily picked up that's worth the time of docking, I may stop and pick up along the way if I've got room for it. So I don't always have room for the stuff, and then, like, you know, I buy a lot of stuff region-based, and if I'm passing by anyway and, you know, there's 100 million worth of stuff there and it'll fit, why not? So what's the best way to defend against Warp Scrambler is to not get scrambled in the first place. Prevention is more important than defending against when something is like that is happening. Yes. So I always go with how fast I can get to warp. You can also put in warp core stabs. Yes. So, you know, but you don't need warp core stabs in high sec. Not unless you have a war deck against you. If you have a war deck against you, then it may be a different story. So, yeah, one of my other ones has 7 points, I think it is. So, contract not found. Okay. So I'm watching what's being posted in the Haulers channel here, and such. I see these are all taken. Those are 7.5 million ISK per jump. It's only a couple of jumps. It's too bad I missed those. I got to be really careful though. If I get all excited about something, I look at it and I go and grab it, and it's too big to fit into my DST, then I have to take out my freighter, and I absolutely am not going to take out my freighter on the show. So I don't take out freighters unless I plan to lose them while I'm streaming. So how much ISK do I have total? I am worth right now 190 billion. I have 28 billion liquid. Yeah, you just need to avoid the tornadoes in high sec, and you can do that through sheer EHP. You don't need to worry about that. And so like this with this running, and you know all of these, you know, so it's 71,000 EHP. It would take like 15 tornadoes to take me out, getting one shot each. If some of them can get more than one shot, then that would reduce, like if they can get 2 shots off before they get concorded, then of course it takes half the amount. So I think they can do, like, is it 5,000 some odd damage each? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much it is in one volley. But, so.
Docking permission requested.
If anybody is, let's see here. Nah, I'm not going to do that. Hey, while I'm docking here, let's see what else is available. Nothing. These both go through low sec. This is to null. And I don't do null typically in DST. Typically I only do it in Jump Freighter, and it doesn't pay enough to bring out to undock a Jump Freighter. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this in the bay, and then we're going to take a look at what's in here. Okay, so it's just 6 ships, and worth 1.78 billion. I think it's 1.35 billion was the collateral, and looks fine to me. Looks very normal. So somebody either bought the ships out here or they built them, and then having them transported to market, because these are going back to Jita. So when I get to Jita, I'm going to be doing I won't be landing straight on the station. I'm going to land next to the station and then dock. So, and I got to remind myself to do that. I'm trying to really make that a habit. With a freighter, it doesn't matter so much. But with smaller ships, it does. And so I'm trying to get in the habit of doing it all the time, because I have twice lost blockade runners at Jita while docking. Both times were empty. Well, the second time I actually had 2 items on me, but they were literally worth just hardly anything. So it's 83,000. I can't take that. 62,500 is my max in here. So I just had 2 small cargo containers in there that I had manufactured and was taken to market because I was flying by where I can pick them up. So I can show you all, if you'd like to see it, how to deal with getting attacked on a gate. And there are a couple things that you can do. One is you can burn back to the gate and overheat. The overheat bonus on this is pretty massive. So the overheat bonus on this is 100% bonus to the benefits of overheating afterburners, microwarp drives, local repair modules, and resistance modules. You can run an armor repairer on here as well. And definitely, if you're getting attacked, you can overheat, and while you burn back to the gate. But if that's not going to work for you, then you also have your option of a micro jump, which is probably what I would do in the first place. And so let's just say right here that I'm aligning to, I'm getting ready to jump, and so I'm aligning to this right here. I'm getting attacked. I'm going to fire off my micro jump here, and then I'm going to look this way, because when I get jumped here, okay, I'm 100k out, I hit these in order. I hit my propulsion, and then I hit the cloak, and that way I've got propulsion, a boost in propulsion while I am turning. And so by the time they get out here, I'll have altered my course, and they won't, the likelihood that they will catch me is pretty nil. I am 113k away from the gate now, and so then you can just keep under propulsion like this, and keep out of the way of everything. That's too big. All these are too big. And just keep out of the way of everything. They may be out here running around trying to uncloak you or whatnot, bringing out drones and stuff. And, if they get too close, hopefully your micro jump has, is available again. And, but if they're scramming you, they can stop this jump. But If you're out in hostile space, maybe a couple of warp core stabs. So that's how I deal with it typically. When the problem's gone away, you can
Welcome to the Dragon.
do that. Or when you get, if they're out camping the gate and you're worried that they're going to see you again or something like that, I mean, you can just take your time and go a couple 100K out so that they won't be getting you. Can you go to a wormhole? Yes. You can transport through wormholes. I've done it a little bit, not much, and I typically only do it with my own stuff. I don't do it with other people's cargo. So if I don't have a plan in place, a wormhole is an opportunity, and that has some risk to it. It's not necessarily a planned avenue that you should be taking when hauling freight. Studio Mana, Unga Bunga, Nelias, and Fake Fiend, thank you for following. Welcome. Hey, look at that. We are over 300 viewers. So, we got another giveaway. Oh, Bonadon, if you're bored, go someplace else. This is what we're doing today. So, this is Eve, yes. So, those who play Eve will, like it. So, yeah. This is cerebral play, not PvP play. Although we do PvP in the game, but not today. Why did I look up after the micro jump? It was to change my trajectory so that they can't say, okay, he was right there, and now I'm turn on my micro warp and I'm going straight out to him to try and uncloak him. I changed my trajectory so that by the time they get there, they have to search around, and they won't quite know where you're at. And that's why you change the trajectory, and that's why you turn this on right before you cloak, so that you can get a bit of a speed boost to get more out of the way. So, okay, after we land, we'll do the drawing. So exclamation point ticket space 1. Is this in the region here? That's 9,000. Yeah, it's not the right region. It's too bad. That one pays pretty good. So, there was... Rita Jita was mentioning that there are some people who have alts sitting in different regions to grab orders as soon as they come up, and then they have their hauler take them. So, okay, so what I'm doing here is I am warping to a landing spot, and then I click on the station, I hit D on the keyboard, and it has queued the commands at that point. So I'm warping to a bookmark, and then it'll dock. So, okay, I'm surprised to see we hit 300 viewers already, but that's okay. So we're going to do another drawing for a brand new account for Eve. It is a core new account. Comes with 30 days prepaid, comes with some mining equipment, comes with a cerebral accelerator, which if you want to use it will give you a boost. If you don't want to use it, it is worth 550 million ISK in Jita on contract. I much more recommend that if you don't have ISK to sell it. So here I am. I'm not landing at the station like normal. You can see here I went to a safe, and then hands-free, it's docking. Oh, did you hear that? Somebody just blew up out here. Yeah. So that is why I do that. So, okay. You drop it off, and then you can just right-click it and select Deliver Courier Package, and I've been paid. So I'm ready for the next one. That one's already been taken. You have to be pretty quick. There are a lot of people out here that are willing to fly stuff. 21 jumps for 10.5 million. Bad fee. Wait, I'm gonna take this one. There's nothing out there, but that's 33,000. It's 1 billion. Hey, I'm gonna accept that one, and then I'm gonna look for any others. There's been a lot of stuff going out to that area lately, and so I still have 29,000 space left, and yeah, these aren't paying very much. So we'll keep an eye for a few minutes to see if something else comes up, and then maybe take something else as well. Okay. So the winner will also get one of the content packs. Let's see. Explorer, Skirmisher, Industrialist, or Colonist. It'll be your choice. And if you are if you don't know or don't answer when you win as to which one you want, then I will choose for you. So for the moment, we'll put that in there. Where is that one going to? Oh, Escama. That's through low stack, I believe. No? "17 jumps." Sure. Okay. So we're going to do that one too. That was kind of small. There's no, let's see, going to Ren's. I believe that goes through LowSec. It does. All right. So, all right, we're going to draw now. This, by the way, is provided by our store, !coupon, in Twitch chat, where you can get a coupon code. Alien voice confirming he's a dragon. Where you can get a coupon code that will save you a few percent if you're already buying Plex or new accounts or Orem or whatever. Consider using us, and that supports the show. Okay, drawing the winner. Sub Fat Cat. Congratulations, he won with 250 tickets. All right. So, Sub Fat Cat, your choice: Industrialist, Colonist, Explorer, or Skirmisher. Yes, we've had a couple of times where a lot of gold was given out because different events happened. Industrial, okay, good choice. Because some different things happen on the show. You know, like when somebody resubs, like everybody got 200 that was here earlier today when Sirion resubbed for 20 months. Okay, Subfat Cat, check your Twitch mail, you'll find it contained within. And we will reset that. We'll draw again at 400 viewers or the end of the show, whichever comes first. So, Is there a time limit to use the 30-day keys? The 30-day trial key for Eve from our store? I don't think so. You don't have to start using them right away. You can wait a few days if you want, or a week, or whatever. So, okay. So I still have a bit of space left. Seems they've hit some lag. Have we lost connection to some stuff? Dr. Fettus, BioKey, and Outback Rue, thank you for following. Welcome. Okay. Still nothing else. Give it another minute. Oh, the competition one? Yeah, any keys that I give do not have expirations. Now, if the game publisher or whatever decides that they're going to expire them at some certain point, they have the right to do that, but typically they do not. So
3 down.
We have some keys in our store that are 7 years old that we're still selling, and they still work. So, Whip Hand, thank you for resubbing. Hey, Whip Hand, is it just really a resub of 0 months? Or did it just not notify correctly? If you refresh your browser, there may be a pop-up that allows you to announce how long it really is. So, give you a minute to see if there is. Nuthouse, you wanted a new account code back in August? Yeah, so it's still good. It's still good. So, new problem. I keep hearing the fire alarm out there. You know, it's chirp that the battery's dead. My wife's out there. She's probably going nuts. I think when I go out there next, I'm probably going to have to go out there and pull the battery. So, okay. Well, not seeing anything else that pays well. So, these are crazy. Really? Going to A2? That's Quirius. And you're paying $5 million with a $2 billion into... Well, it is small, but...
4
still.
new Elder Dragons. Maybe we can build an army. What are you waiting for? An invitation? Subscribe now.
All right. Well, okay. So, so it doesn't recognize it. Okay, Whip Hand. So in honor of Whip Hand, resubbing, it says 0 months, but I'm giving everybody 10 gold in his honor anyway. Thank you, Whip Hand, for your continued support. By the way, the first show of the month, let's see, when is that going to be? We're going to have a little sub love, and that will be Tuesday. No show on Monday, because I'm broadcasting today. So Tuesday will be Sub Love Day. We will do the drawing for the ship, the actual ship. And let's see here. So you can get in on that. I just posted it in Twitch chat. And here, let me post it over in YouTube chat. It's for this ship. So it closes at the end of this month, entries for this. We're going to ship this ship anywhere in the world to wherever the winner is, as long as there's not an embargo on the country or something like that. Like, I might not be able to send it to, say, Iran or Iraq. You know. But I think we can send stuff now to Cuba. So, anyway, we will send it to the winner anywhere in the world. It's a free entry at our store. And also subs are all going to get a bonus of 1,000 gold on that day, and you don't have to be here to get it. So, and we will do the drawing for that live on the show. So it will be live on the show. I'm not going to play EVE on Oculus Rift. I'm not going to all make you throw up while you're watching. Senator Bigsby, thank you so much. 7 months straight, 70 gold in your honor to everybody here. Everybody give it up for both Whip Hand and Senator Bigsby. Because of them, you're a total of 80 gold richer.
To the dragons.
And so, you're ran at Marky Dragon. Don't know what that means.
Welcome to the dragons.
Anyway, got a bunch of people following here. Chukos, Lost in Sea, and
welcome to the dragons.
Dare Try Me, and We're Mid. Thank you for following. Welcome. Okay. There is nothing else here. Something else appeared up here, but that one's paying 40 million for 54,000, and I'm almost positive that goes through low sec. It does. Still not enough. That's a high sec island. So, and there's this one going to Ren's. I do not have enough space for it if I wanted to take it. So, okay, I'll check out this customer here, and then just make sure everybody's doing good. Yes, we will ship to APOs. If you want it shipped to an APO, we can send it to an APO. Not a problem. So we'll send it anywhere in the world. And so it'll be a gift from us, so we won't put any value on it, so that whatever country you're in, there won't be, big... we'll put a value of like $10 on it or something like that, so there won't be a big... customs charges or anything like that. And so let's take care of a customer here real quick. Yeah, so, and those models now, I would value them at probably around $500. They're very valuable. They're not in production. They haven't been in for quite a while. And I don't think you can buy them anywhere anymore. And I think that if we were to put them up on eBay, people would probably buy them at about $500 each. They wouldn't sell a whole lot of them, but those who really wanted one would be buying them. So... okay, let's take this stuff. We're going to undock. We're going to go to an Insta. Yeah, we made a deal with CCP, and we got the rest of those ship models whenever they closed their storefront. And then we also did the same with all the second decade boxes. So you can see here, I bought all the remaining copies of second decade. Those are just some of the, those are all empty. Those are all empty boxes. And so we got them for sale on our store, and they are you can get just the golden pod if you wanted just the golden pod. So, and we are shipping these within the continental US, but only within the continental US. High-Sec Island, do I mean Solitude? Well, there's a couple of high-sec islands. And basically, they're pockets of high sec that is surrounded by low sec. and which means that you can't get a freighter out there. You can, but you're dumb if you're flying a freighter through low-sec. So.
Warp drive active.
Welcome to the Dragons.
Just trying to see if there's anything else before going on through. This ship's kind of slow, and it's because I've got it fitted to be able to deal with tornadoes and such. So. What's the community about VR in general? Nice setup, by the way. Well, so CCP is right now one of the leaders in pushing the envelope on virtual reality and augmented reality. So we're going to see a lot of great stuff, and in fact, I predict that I think it's very possible, and I have no insider information, so nobody should get in trouble on this. And I say that because if I'm right, and I say this ahead of schedule before CCP makes an announcement, they may assume, since that I'm a business partner, that there's been a leak, and there hasn't. I'm just looking at the writing on the wall. But I think it's very possible to see announcements at FanFest this year of some sort of virtual reality or augmented reality that's being developed for Eve. So, as one of the future content updates, and so I'm actually fully expecting that, and I think that being able to play Eve in a virtual reality environment where I'm wearing a headset and everything, and I can look around my ship as I go and stuff, I think that could lend itself very well. I think it could be pretty cool, and I think it's a natural extension. And I think the first thing that kind of confirms that is the first person view in here. So I think that that's going to come, and that there's a high focus from CCP for doing things like that. Yeah. So I think that the view that we see in Valkyrie is something that we very much could see in the future in Eve. So I think it's very possible. And maybe I'm just talking out my ass, and that nothing like that is in the plans are going to happen, but it makes real sense to me that something like that will happen. So so I think it would lend itself really well to it. I think that that in order for me to broadcast virtual reality, there's a couple of issues that I see. One is that if you watch people who've been broadcasting with Oculus Rift, I've been seeing several that have been doing it with like Euro Truck Simulator and stuff like that, that there is a great potential for the viewer to get motion sickness. When you are in control of your headset and you're the one moving and you are expecting to see things, it's okay. But think of a movie where the cameraman is not stable, or something that you're watching, the camera is all over the place, and you're going, oh my god, my head's starting to hurt. Well, it's like that times 10 when watching somebody who is playing with a VR headset. There are a couple people on Twitch that have been broadcasting with VR headsets, and they've been doing things like just taking one of the eyes and putting that on one side of the screen and then their picture on the other side of the screen. And so you can kind of see everything, but it's not nearly as pleasing to look at. So, do I think it would be cool? Yes. Can I afford an Oculus Rift? No. Would I do, a campaign of donations to get an Oculus Rift? I don't think so. Because this is directly going to conflict with another thing that I'm doing, which is moving to 4K. I will be broadcasting later this year in 4K, and so that's a goal right now that I'm working on. That's what donations are going toward right now, and I'll be there broadcasting on YouTube. YouTube has 2 release dates coming up this year for
Warp drive active.
okay. I'm just looking at where I'm at. I'm in Narja right now, so just looking at what else is around me here. The YouTube will be supporting 1440p and then 4K, one in 2 stages here, and I will be broadcasting Eve in both of those resolutions on the day that that is released. So I'm working on getting spotlighted for that day to show the new resolutions for those who can watch that high. And since I broadcast to Twitch as well, Twitch right now does not support anything above 1080p properly. They will accept and show at source 1440p or 4K or even higher, except that it causes massive bandwidth use on those watching at source. And if you select transcoding to bring it down lower, because you can't handle the bandwidth or the resolution, it automatically takes it down to 720p. Whereas YouTube, if I'm at 4K, you'll be able to select 1440p or 1080p or whatnot, and it'll transcode all that properly. So, anyway, I'm working on that. And tornadoes. Yeah, they're popping people out here today. So I'll be doing that. On those days, I'll have to broadcast directly from, I'll place directly on my stream machine. And because right now, I can't do it off the game machine. And that's what I'm putting funding towards. But it's very expensive. Very expensive. Yeah, 990 bandwidth will do it just fine. Actually, if you can watch something at 7.5 megabit is what I'll be transmitting at 4K. Return of Wilderness, am I not making a lot these days? Well, I'm we're doing okay, but there's not a lot of extra money. And what is extra is going into development of other business ventures and everything. Nice Versace pullover. Yeah, you like it? Let me show you. It's even got great branding here. So here you go. You ready? Boom. Yeah, $20 Odin AV, not $2,000 Versace. Yeah, and it's starting to get warm in here. I'm going to have to take it off pretty soon. let's see. Okay. We're in domain. We'll see what contracts there are here. Those are from LowSec, 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 LowSec. Damn, this is the first one that's not LowSec and only pays $4.5 million. Okay. No, thank you. Strip show later. This is about 2 years of beard growth. So, okay. Well, I'm just going to take it off right now. There, did it mess up my hair?
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your dragons. 5 dragons is a good start, but it's still no army.
All right. Look at that. So, Chip, thank you so much for subscribing. Woohoo! We have a new sub. And, so, let's see here. Chip, I'm finding you in here. I'm going to give you some gold. There is 1,000 gold for you. You can spin it however you want. You know, exotic dancers, male or female, whichever you like. You know, dragon raids, blow, whatever. And so anything you want to. And everybody give it up for Chip. Because of him, 10 gold to everybody here. Made a new sub. And you now earn more gold per hour. And then also, if you get into Discord and you add your Twitch account to your Discord account, you'll get access to the sub's private forum in there. And
your 6 dragons have balls of steel.
And in there, you will find a coupon code that is greater than the one that's given out to all the viewers of the show, that if you're already buying Plex and stuff like that, it will save you some money. In fact, it may even save you enough to cover the cost of your sub. So, anyway, thank you for that support. And Zot, oh my god, Zot, 7 months, resubbing, woohoo! 7 months, Zod. That's going to equal 70 gold to everybody here. All of you guys are now 70 gold fritcher because of Zot. So, give it up for him. Tell him thank you. And there we go. All right. So, exclamation point Discord. To get the link to Discord, there's a link below the video as well. So, Delicota, what game? This is EVE Online. So, EVE Online, the most complex MMO in existence. We had a little fun last night. We went to Best Buy and got Lisa's laptop, and had a little fun there talking to some of the staff there, and we ended up with a crowd around us. We were talking about EVE and about live streaming and stuff like that, and some of the guys there had actually played EVE. So, but all of them had washed out. So, EVE is a very hard game. But once you get it, it's very rewarding. Great game, great game. Not as complex as My Little Pony MMO. There is no My Little Pony MMO. There is, however, a Hello Kitty MMO. Just so you know. It's very true. Hard but fun. Yeah. We do not play EVE because it is easy. We play it because it is hard. And that's where we get the fun out of it. 100%.
Warp drive active.
Almost to my first destination. See if there's any
Welcome
contracts
to
out
the
here.
Dragons.
Nope, still same junk. I should stream it. Am I sure about the pony? If anybody can find My Little Pony MMO, please link to it. So, should do Hello Kitty Online stream. Dude, I have played it. I played it at, I think it was E3. I didn't actually install it on my computer. I played it at, I think, E3. And what was really interesting about it was, you think of Hello Kitty as being sweet and innocent and friendly. In Hello Kitty Online, the kitties can battle each other and you can kill another kitty. Which I thought was pretty violent. And was pretty interesting.
Warp drive active.
Stop playing Eve after 7 years because of all the nerfs. Yeah, but you still have your accounts? Because, you know, Eve players don't quit Eve. They just take vacations. Like Cam, you're funny. I kind of wish I was doing this in one of my faster ships, because this would go much faster. I'd be much faster to warp and much faster in warp. But since I'm streaming it, we are I am running a tanky fit so I can handle the tornadoes that attack me on a gate, because they probably will. 25 million through low sec. Nope. I don't mind doing low sec runs, but definitely need to have not be online showing it. Reddish Knave, thank you for following. Welcome.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, Hello Kitty Online. It is a real thing. Let's see, let's get some music going here. Okay, almost to my first destination.
Active.
Let's see, I'm in a new region, so we'll see if there's anything here. 10 million reward. 50,000 and 2,500. Yeah, I won't be able to handle. Darn. Too bad I can't take both these. This will be 15 million. I will be going back up to Jita, but yeah, but not right away. I've got another stop to make, so it's not going to work. Yeah, all of a sudden, I wondered I just all of a sudden wondered whether or not this is, after I just looked in cargo,
Drive active.
and all of a sudden asked myself, is this a gank contract? Because the money is way off. I'm gonna look. $100 million. It's not a gank contract. 17 million in value in it. It's valued at 100 million. You know, if I got something really small like that, I may value it like that, just because the time it takes to go acquire everything.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay. Well, that one's been delivered. Okay. So we're going to head out to the next. It looks like I'm going to be traveling through Amar. Nothing in this area going to Amar, though. Okay, I am going to step away for a moment. I'm going to fix this fire alarm, so it's going to take me just a moment, and I'm going to grab some lunch. So I'm just going to pull the battery from it, but I might have to go get a ladder to do that, because the damn thing is chirping out here. Battery's dead. So I'll be back in just a moment, and then we'll continue on with the next leg. And Favor's asking how much does this hold? 62,500 is my max on this. So, okay. Be right back, everybody. Okay, so oh damn, I got a knot in my back. Yesterday I was all fine with those knots in my back, and then all of a sudden, bam, just now hit me. Okay. So, the sandwich looks tasty already. It's leftovers. Ichiban. Mm. Mm-hmm. Hope you don't mind me eating in front of you. Heading on out to the next place.
Warp drive active.
Okay. Yeah, I went out, had dinner with George last night. George the chef. He's been in a few of my videos. Red's asking if I'll play Tomb Raider. No. Not interested in Tomb Raider. And I've got too many games. So right now, Eve, Crowfall, and a little bit of Ark. That's what I'm doing. And a little bit of Shroud of the Avatar. I'm going to be doing Shroud of the Avatar for a couple hours on Tuesday. They announced their final wipe date in their pre-alpha testing. So, that's July 28th. I'll be
Welcome to the Dragons.
there for that. Probably be doing a lot of the game then. That's been my gripe, is that, you know, they're still doing character wipes, and once they quit doing character wipes, then I'll get in it. Eve Central updates every 15 minutes or so, I think. Still in the same region. Been checking regions as I go.
Drive active.
Oh. So, Chip, you ready to write something down? Get a pencil and paper. I'm going to tell you what to do. Oh, my. The food's really good. Made me hiccup. Do career missions so that you can get a taste of some of the different things you can do in Eve to earn money.
Warp drive active.
So career missions. Join a corp that is newbie friendly. And so like Air Hogs is a good one. The corp, even if you don't like playing with other people, excuse me. Even if you don't like playing with other people, you still need a good corp because you need people to lean on when you can't figure something out. Also, they'll be good because they'll do things like go out in mining fleets or go out working missions together and such. So, you want to be able to participate in that. Man, this is just killing my throat. I'm messing with my voice here. I got this spicy ginger sauce. It's really good.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so those are the first two things. If you want to do fighting and fighting where you can earn money at the same time, faction warfare is good. Otherwise, do missioning for PvE. So, Dark Moon. The reasons to come back. Yes, you should come back. I mean, Eve just keeps getting better and better. I mean, you just watch here for a bit, may see something that strikes your interest, but I don't know how long you've been away, but the longer you've been away, the more new things there are to see and explore. So, a bunch of new ships been added. Yeah, it's just all kinds of
Welcome
stuff.
to the Dragons.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, citadels. We're working on building the first citadel right now. Oh, here's some others going to the same place I'm going. Too bad they're too big. Can't fit them. Yeah, you can now let your skill queue run without touching it for more than just a couple of days.
Warp drive active.
You were a goon. You know, there's plenty of other stuff to go do. I've really enjoyed faction warfare. Speaking of faction warfare, Galante is still T3. Anybody know what Minmatar is at right now? Let's see here. Yeah, does anybody know what Minmatar faction warfare is at right now? Are they T2?
Warp drive active.
Red Threat. It's mining like a boss. Is he on Twitch doing that? I think he subscribed the other day or followed. I recognize the name. I don't know that I've seen his channel. No, I didn't see that golem. Not sure what that's about.
Warp drive active.
29.5%. I'm thinking about switching this. Thank you for looking that up. I'm thinking about switching our corp. They're at 29.5%, almost T3, but T3 is 40%. So they're 29.5%. They've dropped a hell of a lot. I think I'm going to switch us to Galante. Well, 39.5. Okay. 39.5. Still right on the cusp. They've just not been able to get over that hump lately, and it really affects the pay. Well, you know, Corp's disbanded and stuff. I know the alliance that I was in, we all left because it just fell apart. Yeah, I will be heading back to Jita. At some point today.
Warp drive active.
It's the best thing on the bowhead. Those bowheads, man, those are big ships. Eight jumps from Jita. Well, I typically do stuff. There's a lot of things that depend, but I typically look for stuff to pay at least $1 million per jump. All depends on the collateral and the size. Hauling's still going okay. Haven't made any huge bucks yet today. Been looking for the big opportunities, but there haven't been very many this morning. Yeah, well, I mean, you can put up Amberlyn, you can put up the contract, you can link it into live shows, but I may or may not take it. I'm not taking direct assignments, and it's because generally, I mean, people can figure it out, but generally I don't expose who this character is. But I know people can figure it out, but I just don't make it really public. And if I don't run it, someone else will. And if you need it run,
Warp drive active.
Favor, you have a job for me? Let's see here. I'm sending you a private message here, Favor. Hey, Favor. Sent you a message.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I could do that other trick. People do that all the time. Can you take an operator through a Black Ops Sino? I don't think so. But you might be able to take one of the blockade runners, because isn't it you qualify if you can fly cloaked?
Warp drive active.
Yeah, the Viator. So I was thinking, that'd be interesting to know. Yeah, so I suppose you could take something into a dangerous area that way.
Warp drive active.
Who is that guy? On the billboard there. Yeah, I don't know what all ships can. So no problem, Favor.
Warp drive active.
He's called Santa. Hmm. Boy, that onion was crunchy.
Warp drive active.
Some of these crazy contracts out here. Hey, well, those leftovers were pretty good. I'm out in the sticks. Not too much good stuff out here.
Warp drive active.
Starting a fuel production service. Should use Excel or something better. Okay, Aaron's brains overload. Good info. And Falcon Vapor fuel production service should use Excel or something better. What for? What? I mean, fuel is pretty simple. Are you talking like pause fuel? There's only 4 different types of it. Buy the products at below market price. Create it and then sell them.
Warp drive active.
I sell a little bit of pause fuel. I throw that in the side sometimes and manufacture that when I don't have something that makes more money. Just looking at all the different stuff I make. I manufacture a lot of different stuff. I have sell orders on the market right now at 32 billion, buy orders at 25 billion. I have 28 billion ISK liquid. Something like that. Takes money to make money. So Soldier gave me a gift of 20 billion ISK the other day, and decided I wasn't going to spend that frivolously, that I was actually going to spend that on making more money. And so that I can, make more money. So let me so let's see here. Yeah, that looks just fine there. So I will run that for you. No problem. Thank you. Yeah, Soldier said he was not going to play Eve anymore, and he
Warp drive.
said that he had like 30-some billion ISK, and so he so he just wanted to gift me some, and he sent me 20 billion. So yeah. Oh, interesting. I wasn't running that is gambling site. That wasn't me. I mean, we worked with them on the business end on stuff, but not on the in-game end. Hey, Rod Toddy. Yeah, so the interview with Rita Jita went really good, and it'll be available on YouTube here later tonight. So, okay, delivering. So I see that I bought, while flying here, this whole thing of buying low, selling high. I bought 104,000 of an item that goes for about 1,200 ISK each. I got them for 1,000 ISK each. So that's a cool 20 million profit. So Falcon Vapor, if you buy lower than market and you sell at higher than market, I make money every time. Maybe you just need to write out some stuff so that you can see it in paper, but I make money on pause fuel all the time, and so that's always kind of my backup as to what fill my production with, and I've never lost money on it. Also, there's some cycles to pause fuel. What I mean by that is that there is cycles of highs and lows, and there's a weekly cycle on it. The price starts to go up on Friday and peaks out about Sunday morning. and then it has to do with how many people are buying. It goes back down, goes back up. So if you're placing it on the market on like Wednesday or something like that, place it for 2% higher than the average, and 90% chance it'll sell on the weekend, so that you can make sure that you're not selling at too low a price. Okay, so I'm going to see if there's any contracts out here. There's not. This one pays $250,000. You can't even get me to undock for that, although the collateral is $3 million. If I were to go to pickup station, set destination, and then drop off station, add waypoint. And then add a waypoint of Jita. It's actually on the way. Sure. I'll go run this. What the hell not? It's a 3 million collateral. We'll see what's worth 3 million collateral. It's very small. Probably a single module. So, okay. Why not? Yeah, we're gonna go look at it.
Warp drive active.
Uh-oh, might bump into the station. Castaways, thank you for subbing on YouTube. I appreciate it. I got to tell you, folks, there is something called market PvP, and if they missed several zeros on the collateral on that, I'll fail it. Take it. I would never do that in real life, but in Eve, hell yeah. In real life, no, not at all. But in Eve, yeah, I'd do it. What do I have fitted, Sneak? This is a it's an aquator, and I'm not fit for speed. I'm fit more for tank, and that's just because I'm streaming while I'm doing it. I'd be a speed fit otherwise, just doing stuff in high sec. Failed one last week. Person put bounty on me. Favor. It says please don't look at mine on stream. Okay. Jelly Lorem and Hilfiger, thank you for following. Welcome. Yeah, and also Favor, since I consider you to be, a friend in real life, it's not just game stuff. If you undervalued yours that I'm going to run for you, I would not take advantage of you. Do I use tools to find deals online? I have before. Local spirit. Ah, Sneak, you got into hauling because of the channel. You go back to the beginning of the show. Well, maybe you can't go all the way back. I don't know, but if you can go all the way back to the interview with Rita Jita, we talked about the hauling channel and everything. If not, watch it later. So, because if you're doing hauling, I think you'll find it very fascinating what we talked about. And if you're doing any manufacturing or trading. Damn it. That was a nice amount of range now. It was a very nice run.
Warp drive active.
It'll be gone by the time I got over there. I use generic tools. I don't use many tools. I've done some spreadsheet stuff in the past, but I kind of found that I just really didn't want to spend the time too much on that. That I wanted to not hardcore play Eve. If that makes sense. I mean, we all know that Eve is the most hardcore MMO there is, most complex MMO there is. So you can't just say, you know, that you're not willing to do hardcore stuff, but I just didn't, you know, I have some manufacturing stuff that I've done, and there's some manufacturing tools out there and everything, but, you know, I don't know.
Warp drive active.
I use JEVE assets, and I really just buy low, sell high.
Welcome to the
So-
Dragons.
For apps, we'll record tutorial videos, so will OBS. And OBS is free. Daniel Fisher, thank you for following. Welcome. Can I T1 these contracts in high sec? I wouldn't go over about 500 million in value in a T1. So because you're a lot more fragile ship. See, one of the things about the DST here is that I can get 62,000 cargo space in it
Warp drive active.
while having a really decent tank. So on this, the way I have it fit is 71,000 EHP. And in other ships, to get like up in the 30s and 40,000 of space, cubic meters of space, you're going to be at under 10,000 EHP, which means that 1 or 2 tornadoes could take you out. So you don't want to carry too high a value of stuff to make yourself a target. Even 500,000 might be that. What you do is just work on getting to your T2 DST. Just keep really hyper focused on training for that. I don't know how long it'll take you, but 20 days, maybe 30 at the most, and you can get into that. You don't have to be really experienced with it, but then you'll be into this ship where you can really do some stuff that's of value. There's a Rhea flying in here.
Docking permission requested.
Is he?
Docking request accepted.
Oh. Jumping in from... There must be low sec around here. Okay. So, here is the package. Are we going to take any guesses on what's in this? The collateral, literally... Let's see, what's the collateral on this? The collateral is 3 million, and they're paying 250,000 ISK to deliver it. 22,000 ISK per jump. This is the lowest paying contract I have ever taken. Just doing it for fun. So, are there any guesses on it? Male dancers, okay. Yeah. It's a trap. Could be. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab another drink, and then you guys can keep saying what you think it is. We'll read a few more off, and then we'll figure out who's closest to being right. So I'll be right back. Okay, so, so as I was saying, is that if somebody greatly undervalues something, I'm not opposed to taking it, failing it, and taking it, and that's just because that's just part of that's hauling PvP and that's market PvP and stuff. And in real life, I would never do that, but in Eve, hell yeah, I'll do it. And so, some guesses on what's in this. This package is 3 million is the collateral, and so 1 tritanium, T1 mods, salvage components, that kind of stuff. So we'll see. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's a blueprint. For an Abaddon, yeah, it's probably valued just about right. So it's an Abaddon blueprint, and let's see here. These are all multiple items. Yeah, so 3 million. Here's a couple 100,000, so it is actually priced about right. Yeah, so we're gonna deliver this for this person. It's got 3 runs. It's pretty good efficiency. 1018. It's about as good as you can get. That last 2% on there will cost an enormous amount of money to research, so not uncommon to see something big like this. It is researched, and it is a copy. So if this were an original, instant market PvP. Just saying. So, okay. Well, here we go. We're going to head out to drop this off. It's worth more than 3 million. It's 3 runs. Yeah, it might be, but you know, not by much. Fail it and build the ship to sell? Nah, that's just being mean. Rod Toddy is asking how I made the panoramics of Eve. Let me show you. See this? I'm playing Eve on 3 screens. See this? So, yeah, that's how. It's because it's a real screenshot of my real game. Yes, the BPO was researched and then the BPC was created. Why so many monitors? 2 of them are Stream Machine, or 3 of them are Stream Machine, and all of them are used. And then 3 of them are the game. And another one is chat, and yeah, it's both YouTube and Twitch chat. I use nearly every inch of my screen space on all of these.
Warp drive active.
Yes, I send the signal to the video and audio to a different machine. I think I would overtax this trying to stream both on the same machine. I used to stream off the same machine, but and I probably could just Twitch or just YouTube, but I couldn't do both at the same time. I just would not have enough horsepower. Not unless I went actual workstation route. So if I put in like a couple of dual, pair of Xeons or something like that.
Welcome to the Dragons.
Then I probably could. But, you're adding a couple $1,000s cost by doing that. Maybe even more than a couple.
Welcome to the Dragons.
No, my lower monitors here. So my lower monitors, my eyesight is straight out to right here, so I'm not looking up very much over here or down. It's right center. It all works. I don't get any strain from it.
Warp drive active.
Swim Beast, thank you for following. Welcome. What's my gaming rig set up? I built it 2 years ago. The only thing I've upgraded in it is I did replace the video cards. I used to have a pair of 770s in it. Now I have a pair of 980s. Or actually I have one 980 and one 770 in it. Because one 980 caught on fire and it still hasn't been replaced yet from getting repaired. And so all the stuff on the wall over here is those are our Second Decade boxes. We bought all the rest of the copies of Second Decade from CCP, and then we've opened all of those, and plus a whole bunch more. And we typed them up and made codes available in our store. So if you wanted a golden pod or a mystery code or whatever, you can get them on our store. And you don't have to have ordered the box now. Cryptology, I tend to cover a lot of stuff, or just remove it from the screen. That's why I run triple monitors. And I have a huge amount of windows open on here too. I actually have the fewest on this character here, but other characters I use all my screen real estate there to Bought your golden paw the hard way, ratting, yeah. W's asking what my opinion is on CCP screwing up the World of Darkness MMO. They just didn't finish it. I wouldn't call it screwed up, but I'd say it really wasn't finished. And then they sold the IP to another company who I believe is putting it into production now, or is creating it. So taking what CCP started and working with it. Want to buy skills? Yeah, February. Yeah, it does make a much nicer view. People wanted to see my HUD. I got a lot of requests for that, and so I started putting that on there. And the reason my picture is where it is because that hides my Warp 2 location. There's no way to turn that off. So, well, there is, but then you end up turning the names off of everything, and you need to not have everything turned off because you need to be able to see some of the stuff. So... This person is flying the RIA gate to gate. This is the same person that landed at the station I was at. Is it? I don't know. I would never fly my jump freighters gate to gate. I mean, I get them into Jita, but I'm very calculated about that. Yeah, it's coming in February, the buying of skill points, and it's with ISK in the game. And but those packages that are with the ISK in the game are made up of a partly purchased product, kind of like Plex is. And so anyway, it's waiting to see if that freighter comes through. I want to see if he really is flying gate to gate to gate. Yep, he is. Yeah, I land before he does. They have not released the price yet.
Warp drive active.
Okay, well, I'll continue on. This guy, I think he's just a little bit crazy for flying Rhea around, but, you know, whatever. I mean, part of the skill points thing is that, you know, I can train the stuff too. And if I'm willing to wait, it's for people who are very impatient. Although I may use it some on the skill buying on, you know, brand new characters. There are a couple of things for bang for the buck that you can do with newer characters that it might really prove out well. But other than that, I am going to sell a little bit of my skill points on one of my characters.
Warp drive active.
So I have one of my characters that has a Mar Titan 5. I don't plan on ever flying a Titan. Although, doing the stuff on test, I thought about it. But I don't have the money for a Titan. So...
Warp drive active.
that guy's flying the Rhea to Amar. Oh, sorry, everybody. Damn. Yeah, you know, so having this other character that's training up, you know, the +5s and everything, move the skill over. The problem is that the loss of the actual gain, I'm not so sure it's worth it, because in order to in order to get 500,000 skill points for the biggest injection, how much do you have to put in? I mean, is that 500,000 that you put in?
Warp drive.
Okay, so how much does it cost? You know, are you going to have to pay, you know, $1 billion for that? $2 billion? I don't know. If you're somebody like Rita Jita and you're making 11 billion a day, then, you know, maybe if you spend 10 billion on getting 5 million skill points on a character, big whoop. But if you think this DST fit is bad, it's just in high sec only. It's not one of my low or null sec fits, and its only purpose is to survive a instant attack from tornadoes, and so it's all about the main tank on it. It's not going to become pay to win, Lauren. It greatly dilutes the skill point transfer stuff. Greatly dilutes, and it's not. It's for people who are very impatient, who have a lot to spend, because it's not very cost effective. They can't scram you after you've activated it. They can, if they scram you before you try and activate it, it can stop you from activating it. I believe. I haven't done a lot of testing with that, so haven't had a lot of experience of getting caught.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Always the wrong region. Yeah, it's aimed at characters that are less than a year old. So, you know, if you have a new character, it'll help give you a jump start. If you have an old character, it's way cost prohibitive. So, and it's very diminishing returns. So if somebody wants to spend an insane amount of money, sure, but it's not something that really is going to be done a lot. Alright, we're going to deliver this. This is the cheapest run I've ever done. I got 22,000 disc per jump.
Warp drive active.
So far I've made about, I don't know, 40 million, 35, 40 million. It hasn't been a really good day for contracts. That's why I chose today, is because Friday, Saturday, and Sunday morning through mid-Sunday are the best days for getting good contracts. So Toggy. Sounds like fun.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so I bought a really nice character off the Character Bazaar, and that's part of the research they did when coming out with the whole skill point thing. Is people are already able to do this. It's just that they're already pre-configured, and they looked at how much people were paying, you know, to take a character and pay for its monthly as opposed to how much it sold for and everything. They came out that it really wasn't a profit generating thing. That 99% of them were at a loss if you converted all the, you know, ISK for time for Plex type thing. And so they're keeping this in the same vein, that it's still a loss overall. So, you know, it's a convenience fee. It's not necessarily anything that people are going to abuse to make money. And just because someone inject some skills doesn't mean they know how to use them. I made that mistake a couple of times with another character that this other character that I bought, he had some skills that I really didn't know very much about, and I don't even remember what it was. But I remember going out a few times and trying to use these things and use it well, and I got slaughtered like 3 times in a row with really expensive ships because I didn't understand how to use them. So the biggest difference, the biggest factor in the game as to the success of a character is the player behind it. It's not how many skill points it has, it's how that character is used. And, obviously, more skill points mean more options, more things you can do. But it's, that was a nice camp there, huh? But it doesn't mean that you're going to do better, you're going to win, or you're going to kick somebody's ass because you bought more skill points. That's one of the beautiful things about EVE, is that a player that's only a few months old can take out a player that's 10 years old if they know what the strengths are of that character they're playing is and what the weaknesses of their opponent are. And because nobody's immune, you don't get so many skill points that you're immune, you just get skill points so that you have more options. So oh man, I went out, my wife out there, she's all smiles. She got her new laptop all set up. Yeah, I would say that, so I've been able to, in fact, I've done this. Yeah, someone already grabbed it. I knew it. I didn't get here soon enough. It was one that paid pretty good.
Warp drive active.
So, we kind of proved to this point with faction warfare that if you know what you're doing in faction warfare, that I was within 30 minutes, I got my character skilled up enough to get into particular fit for a particular ship in faction warfare. And then within an hour after that, we made enough loyalty points to convert it into 35 million ISK. And so, the character being an hour and a half old had made 35 million ISK, essentially. And so, it wasn't about all the skills on the character, it was just about knowing how to use it.
Warp drive active.
No, it's only the T3 cruisers that give a loss. The T3 destroyers do not give any skill point loss. See somebody in the Haulers channel asking what the insurance payout is of a freighter on Platinum. It's actually about 1.3 to 1.4 billion, which is higher than the cost of the ship. So
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Okay. Same old junk runs. None of these are looking very good. Both you guys, I don't know what the bickering's about, but it's not very attractive. Not a gaming. It's okay. It's on YouTube. The YouTube video will be up tonight. You'll be able to see the interview with Rita Jita. It was really good. It was really good. So, in fact, once it's live, I'll post it on the Marky Dragon Facebook. So, let's see, is that a command? No. So follow Facebook there. I'll post it up there when it's live. And okay.
Warp drive active.
My last loss with this character was right here, landing at Jita, not Wardecked. Tornadoes alphaed me. So I have a package here waiting for me. And it pays pretty good. 30-some million.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So, okay, let's see here. I'm going to move this off screen. At the person's request, okay. Let's see here. I'm looking to see if there's anything worth running. Not really. Okay. You love the skin on that puppy. Yeah, cryptology, I can explain the difference between DSTs and blockade runners. So, we'll head out. There are definitely a couple different types of ships. So,
Warp drive.
there's no way to increase the mineral cargo hold, no. The difference between a DST and a blockade runner. Blockade runner is small cargo, about 13,500 is about as much as you can get into it. Fit properly, it's only about 4,500 cubic meters. It can warp cloaked. It's very light. It can warp at high AU. Can get up 7 range on the AUs, and it's generally pretty agile, but it's also paper thin. So you can land on a gate like this, and you can have a tornado sitting on the gate, seeing you come in, target you, and bam, pop you before you jump through. So you fly cloaked. Well, both times I got popped in when I was flying cloaked.
Warp drive.
And it's just because they can be single shot by a tornado that costs about 75 to 100 million. Which, by the way, the last person to pop me in one of those was in a tornado, and I put a 70 billion or 70 million kill right on him, and someone bought it 3 days later for 70 million. So I knew that that was enough that it would be worth the cost of doing that. So so they're really weak, but they're agile, and they're very fast, but they're very fragile. The the deep space transport, which is what I'm flying here, has an ability to have quite an enormous tank. It can reach over 100,000 DHP, and so it's very beefy and can take a lot of punishment. It also has the ability to run a micro jump. This micro jump is what's going to save your ass, because if you are getting attacked on a gate, you fire off the micro jump. As soon as you land, you start your propulsion and you cloak, and you change your trajectory, and then they can't find you. And then you can get away. Now the other thing about it is that you can overheat. You can overheat stuff, so you could pre-overheat your propulsion as you're doing your micro jump, and that actually might not be a bad idea because it gets 100% bonus to overheating, or to the ability to handle thermal. So it's very rare to see deep space transports on kill mails. They do happen, but it's very rare. And this is the primary ship of use, primary type of ship used for people who are flying freight in high sec. So, how many skill points do I have? On this character right here, 25 million. No, 29 million. So, and I've trained this one all the way from the beginning. So, question Sneak has: is there any way to fly a freighter, a safe way to fly a freighter in low sec? Yes. So, I do it all the time, actually. I think I've done it once or twice on stream. Actually, I flew a freighter into null on stream through head GP, and I made it several jumps in. So,
Warp drive.
the safe way to fly a freighter into low sec is to have a scout in the system that you're going to jump into, and make sure no one is approaching the gate that you're going to jump from. And so you make sure that there's nobody in low sec in the system, and it's safe to jump in. If there are people in system, then you need a third character to sit in the station to make sure that the other characters are docked. If they are docked, then it's safe to jump in. If you are planning on jumping through and traveling through a bunch of systems, there's no good way to do it. I've jumped one low sec jump in is all I recommend, and only under those conditions. So what you do is you jump the freighter into low sec and dock them up, and then you fill them up and you can fly back out. So, but you don't want to do it in any other way. Hey, we're about to go through Udema. We'll see if there's nastiness going on here today. Yeah, in null, so flying a freighter in null is no problem whatsoever. It's the crossing between null or low sec and high sec that is the problem. That is the biggest problem. The rest of the gates, it's easy to scout. There's a lot less people down in there, and so you can get through typically without much problem. Now, if you have a fleet and you're going to do a convoy or whatever, yeah. But the problem is, those things, what I found is that operational security is really rough. Somebody blows your cover and that could be a camp setup for you.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, all the time you can find freighters for sale down in Null. I find them all the time. And they're typically a good price. You can buy them for like $1 billion. But the here's something that's funny. You buy the freighter for $1 billion down in Null. You do platinum insurance on it for about $450 million. Then you blow it up and collect the insurance for 1.5 to 1.6 billion. Guys, see the earnings on that? Yep. Yeah. People don't know about how incredibly high freighter insurance pays. So, yeah.
Warp drive active.
I don't have the kill mail or the information, but when we took a freighter, it was Charon. We gave it platinum insurance. It was about 1.3 billion was the cost on it, and we knew that it was going to die because we were seeing how far down into null we could go with it, and we made it through, gosh, 15 jumps through low sec, and then we went into null and everything. And so, well, the cargo collateral, yeah, no, this is that doesn't play into what I'm talking about. And so we, when it was destroyed, I think it paid out about 1.55 billion. And so that's when I realized that when you can get these freighters down there for $1 billion, and then you insure it for 450 million, and it pays out 1.55 billion, you just made 100 million for the transaction. So, yeah, this you wouldn't be banned for it here. So it's that somebody was stupid and sold it at too low of a price. Yeah, so it has nothing to do with hauling cargo on making money off that freighter off blowing it up. So if you see a freighter for sale for $1 billion, buy it. Then put platinum insurance on it, and you will come out ahead. So I think the lowest paying one is about 1.5 billion, and it goes up to about 1.65 billion. So you're gonna make anywhere, if you buy it at $1 billion, then you're gonna make anywhere from 50 to 150 million. There are no kill rights in null. Oh yes, and the station must be available to you, otherwise you can't get in and undock. Can you show the Citadel? Well, the Citadel is on the test server, and we're not on the test server right now. Oh, I just sold a ton of something. I just sold 1.7 billion worth of product. I'm almost at 30 billion liquid in the bank. That's the highest I've ever had. Other than when I bought a character for 44 billion, I had to have 44 billion liquid in the bank. But my good friend Moose, he gave me the majority of that ISK. He's one of these people that's just super space rich, and
Warp drive active.
he was being friendly and offered to help me buy it. Which I play that character all the time too, so it was a really good investment. Ooh, let's all buy freighters and self-destruct at Jita Undock. That would be fun. Just take a bunch of freighters right there and self-destruct. I bet you that you don't get... I wonder, does anybody know if you self-destruct and you have the ship insured, do you still get paid on it? I wonder. I don't know the answer to that. Oh yes, then there's salvage. I wonder how much salvage you can get off of the freighter. I don't know if you get insurance off self-destruct. Well, we have one person saying no, another person saying yes. So I don't know.
Warp drive.
Somebody could test that. I'm not willing to self-destruct, but no, most people can't buy a freighter just to blow it up. So I was saying it sounded like fun. Insurance fraud is a thing. You can do insurance fraud in EVE and not face any real-life consequences. Do it in real life, and you'll face real-life consequences. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. That's why I jumped away from the gate. So I didn't have somebody attacking me. But that is that's one of the tactics that you use. So I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I just didn't want to dock up. And actually there's no place to dock in here. This is actually a very hostile system, but I'll be right back.
Welcome to the Dragons.
Okay.
Warp drive active.
Continuing on. Let's see here. So, it was a long trip. Going to Rennes. Well, I just picked up another contract that's in the area, and I'll
Warp drive.
hit it up on my way back. Titan Lion, yeah. We ended up buying a new laptop. I wasn't able to fix hers. So yeah, I tried multiple things to fix hers and wasn't able to do it. And the problem seems to be intermittent. So sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. And that's presenting a problem because the second place I took it to, we got bumpers here. Second place I took it to,
Warp drive active.
they told me basically what I had done was wrong, and I don't believe them. So So, yeah, had to get her a new laptop. And we had to figure in the price. We couldn't spend quite as much as we wanted to. Well, one, because didn't have as much money as we wanted for it. But also, I insisted on getting the 3-year protection plan. So, do I need a scout in Rennes? Nah, I shouldn't. I should be fine with this. So, but I am thinking of something else in Rennes, but I'm not going to tell anybody what it is I'm doing until I do it. But Favor, you may have an idea, but don't say it out loud. So, let's see here. Hello, Durgus. Clan, hello.
This seventh one is an overgrown winged lizard from hell.
Woo, amusing username. Thank you so much for subbing. I'm honored. Okay, what's going on here? Carriel's bumping. We'll keep moving here.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so, okay, let's see here. So, amusing username, thank you so much for subbing. You're just in under the wire. This is the last show before we do the Sub Love show, which is going to be Tuesday. And so, on that show, all subs are going to get 1,000 extra gold as a thank you for being subs. And so, that will be... that'll be on Tuesday. And what I'm doing for you right now, let's see here. I am giving you amusing username 1,000 gold. Spend it on whatever you want. Hookers, blow, dragon raids, you know, any of those things. So 1,000 gold to you. So thank you. And then everybody give it up for amusing username, because I am 10 gold to everybody here. So there you go. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So, and as a
Welcome to the
sub
Dragons.
now, you get more gold per hour. And plus, if you get into Discord and hook up, put in your Twitch username into the into your account, you'll get access to the subs private chat area, where there is a discount code that is greater than the one that you can get in Twitch chat here, for if you're buying Plex or new accounts or Orem, any of that stuff. So save you a little bit more money as part of a thank you for subbing. DGamer Beck and Recon X Panda, thank you for following. Welcome. Intersane, good job. Amusing username for subbing to your own Twitch account. Intersane, you were arguing with amusing username earlier. I don't even understand what... Are you claiming that he's me? Okay, whatever.
Warp drive active.
Okay, let's see here. Transferring an item here. Contraband. Bah humbug. Can't transfer contraband in a contract.
Warp drive active.
Okay. You want to see more chat PvP? Nah. I don't think that would be good. Chat PvP really isn't too good for everybody overall. Not in my opinion. Okay. Enough of that subject. I don't know if maybe we misunderstood or something, but enough of that subject. So. Durgus, did I already mention the Holland's going good? It's going okay. Still got a few jumps to go. It's a long way. Long way out here.
Warp drive.
It's going out to Rennes. So,
Warp drive active.
Welcome to the Dragons.
there is one contract out here that pays 35 million, but starts in low sec. Mikey 50, thank you for following. Welcome. Intersane, you need to drop the subject. So, takes 6 years to align. Oh, the alignment on this is really fast compared to some ships. We took out the carrier the other day. Alignment on that, whew, minutes.
Warp drive active.
Do I do any third-party work like Churba? What kind of third-party work? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, do I take contract jobs directly? I mean, I do,
I'm an equal opportunity ass kicker. All 8 of you, get in line.
all right. Leroy the Squirrel. Thank you for resubbing, buddy. I see it's a -1 on there, which means that if you refresh your browser, most likely at the top of Twitch chat, it's going to give you a button to announce how many months you're actually a sub for. And then we can pay out to everybody based on that. So, if you want to do that, that'd be awesome. Otherwise, I'll just assume it's 1 month. See, there we go. 3 months, just like I was thinking. And so, excellent. Leroy the Squirrel, thank you so much for resubbing 3 months in a row. I appreciate the support. And 30 gold to everybody in your honor. So, thank you. Snake breath. Careful, I might believe that you're not being facetious. I know you are, but... Who is the guy that does the sub voices? That is none other than Duke Nukem. You also may recognize his voice from a whole bunch of movie the movie teasers, movie commercials. So he does a whole bunch of them here that we see in the United States, and so he's a professional voice actor, and he is the voice of Duke Nukem. So, yep,
Hail to the Dragon King, baby.
absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, I've known him for several years now, and so did some voice work for me. And in fact, I was just talking to my wife the other day. So we've been working on this.
Warp drive.
We're working on a new bot, and the bot is. Well, hello there. The bot is a Digital Wolf is a dragon. The bot is going to work with both YouTube and with Twitch and others, but I was thinking of that, the initial sounds that we have for followers and subscribers and supporters. That's what they're going to be called on YouTube, is supporters. Oh yeah, well, Alpha Wave, Google Duke Nukem. And the initial stuff that it comes with, such as
Warp drive.
images and sounds or whatnot. Yeah, I was talking to my wife about possibly having Duke do some recordings for us, and some generic, thank you for subscribing, you're awesome, or something like that. I don't know. And so, yeah, it's figuring maybe having him do a few things. I don't know. So, also we can start putting in some other stuff. I was thinking about having him record some stuff about OCD and about bad ship fits or whatever, just some other fun stuff. But he's very costly. It costs a lot to get somebody like him to record your stuff for you. So, okay. Deliver courier package. Delivered. Alright. So, okay, let me look on the marketplace here. It's so small. This is the mini actuator. It's a very special version. It slips in and out of places that nobody can see because it's so small. As long as it avoids the mouse traps. Okay. Wow, why did my money go back down again? What happened? Apparently I spent a bunch of money. I bought a bunch of stuff. So, yes, I've been to a fan fest. I loved it. Had a great time. It's just costly to go. So, Oh, Grubslayer, is that one of his? Is that one of Duke Nukem's sayings? Someone's gonna pay for shooting up my ride. That would be good. Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely have him say a few more things. So, you know, and what do you need?
Card reader for camera.
Oh,
Do you know where you put it? Is it in? Do you think you might have put it?
you can look in the drawers, but and you can turn on the light if you need to.
I'm sure.
It's either that one, the USB 3 one is in the drawer to the right, but
This one?
yeah, but that's the one that was kind of iffy. Oh, you got to go one drawer down. So, okay, wife's in here getting stuff. Oh wait, I have this. I mean, you can use
Yeah.
mine if you can't find it. This one's mine.
Well, I just need it for. I don't need.
Do you need a cable?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
you're
know
gonna
where
have
the cables
to
are.
get one out of there because
Which
this
one?
one's plugged in.
This one?
Maybe, yeah. Or I can give you a really small one.
It's fine. Just hooking it to my laptop.
Hey,
Thanks.
happy wife, happy life. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna miss Moose's wedding. Yeah, I really wanted to go, but I just don't have the funds to do it. Yes. Well, she's already out of the room. Otherwise, I'd say hi to her for you. Okay. Let's see here. Regional market. And okay. Oh, does this really have rig slots in it and stuff? I didn't remember that. What an awful fit. $430K EHP still isn't. These are really expensive. Damn, those are expensive. Yeah, I don't think we need those. Okay. So, a few things there. What does this fit under? It's very similar fits to what I've had before. This thing is slow. Pretty big ship here, though. I'm actually zoomed out as far as I can. And yeah, it's really big. Okay. Did you miss the interview? Yes, you missed the interview, but it is on the video. Will be available later today. If you there's the Facebook for the show, and if you follow that, I'll post it there later today. Can this do a micro jump? No. Can this do a micro jump? What? No. It can't do a micro jump, can it? Elite Camper? I don't think this can do a micro jump. I mean, that's an awesome suggestion if it'll work. I don't know if it can. Let's see, it takes 1375 CPU. No, that's power. It takes 1375 power and 77 CPU. I don't know. We'll try it. Nah. Too bad. That was going to be pretty special if it could. Okay.
Warp drive active.
$311,000 EHP. It's okay. Yeah, Aaron's brain
Warp drive.
overload. Yeah, so it's just not, it's just not really going to happen, is it? So this
Welcome
is
to the
where
Dragons.
some webbing would come in handy. Flying this through. This is one of the biggest freighters there are. It's pretty huge. Omaran, thank you for the kudos. So the interview with Rita Jita today was really good, and yeah, this is Favor saying that this was donated by a viewer. That viewer is here today. This can hold quite a bit, 1.5 million cubic meters of fitted ships. So it's pretty big. Pretty big ship here.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, this is a bowhead. A gamery, if you're gonna call me a bitch on YouTube, you really should learn how to spell bitch right. Just saying. I'll give you another try to get right. This ship is a bowhead, and it transports other ships. So I put my other ship in it and heading out. Need to go blow it up in nullsec. Yeah. I don't know about that, but this was a gift from Favor, and it is a ship that is that I'll actually get some use out of now that I am in Wormhole Corp, because we fit up a lot of ships and then get them ready to transport up in there, and so we got to take them to a high sec connection with to get them up into null or out. So I will use this. Oh, Red, don't worry about it.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so I just have to decide how I want to fit, whether I want to fit this differently I mean, I've got 2 inertial stabilizers in here, and so it's getting to warp pretty quick. You know, maybe put a 3rd in there. I don't know. You know, don't really need propulsion on it, although propulsion might come in handy if it's getting bumped. So, you know. How big is an Orca? I can hold 1.4495 million cubic meters. Brad, don't worry about it. You're all good. So, you know, I wonder what the skins are for this too. This, oh, there's no skins. This is totally, why not have a billboard on the side of it? Marky Dragon Show. Wouldn't that be cool? Does it have the micro afterburner 1-cycle trip to help it get into jump? I will try it. So, Acer, I am doing faction warfare. We've been watching it pretty closely lately. I'd really like it to be solid tier 3 to make it worth my time. Oh, the Orca is 10.25 million M3, and this holds 1.5 million. Yeah, guess not. Okay, so are you saying that if I align to turn this on, hit this for 1 cycle, and then hit jump,
Warp drive active.
will it jump quicker? Wow. Dude. Okay, we're going to test this. I'm going to get my timer out here. Okay, so next gate, we'll do just a normal jump. Let's see here. And then we'll test a couple of special jumps as well. Totally said that earlier. Yeah, somebody mentioned it earlier. I didn't remember who it was. But I don't know. You know, I've heard people talking about that with the Orca. I've not flown an Orca for freight. So, you know, who knows? But okay, so we're going to measure. What we're going to do is we're going to measure from the time I hit D to warp as to how fast it says that it's actually in warp. And we're going to do a timer on that. We'll do a couple normal, and then we'll do a couple with trying this other method of turning on the micro warp beforehand to help it get up to speed quicker. So, okay, so got that. Gonna hit D and this.
Warp drive
Okay.
active.
And I'm gonna record how long it takes. And it says warping down here, and then when it goes all the way down and comes back up again is when I'll stop this. Okay, 20 seconds. Which 20 seconds is really not bad because most freighters in normal configuration, 55 to 60 seconds. In a configuration with, I do have 2 inertia stabilizers in this, and so with that, you know, then 32 seconds is about the fastest I can get jumped off, and that's also with an implant to help. But so. Well, okay, so alignment, always has to do with, you guys may not know this, what direction you're pointed doesn't matter when warping off a gate. So you're always pointed north, or north in the game, north on the map. And if that gate happens to be there, fine. But you actually don't warp any faster. If you're pointed completely the wrong way and you do something to warp faster, you know, to get to speed, you'll actually see it start going into warp while it's still sideways. So, yeah. Yeah, we'll see if this works. If this does work, then this may be video worthy, if it actually helps it jump faster. It also would be interesting to see what a Weber does for this. Weber, I would assume we could get jumped in 5 to 7 seconds with a Weber. And it's such a huge target. It's way bigger than any of the other freighters. And so it's such a huge target that it should be really easy to lock onto for doing that. Okay, we're gonna do another one here, and we're gonna do. What the fuck is this? The whole fleet. Hope they're not here for me. No, it looks like they're going through the gate. Okay, so. It just always bothers me because I know that streaming, I'm such a huge target. Which anybody would be streaming. I'm not saying it's because it's me, it's just because I'm streaming and, you know, somebody can get a little bit of internet fame. Okay, so I'm hitting D and start.
Warp drive active.
Okay. So, if it's like before, it should be right about 20 seconds to get to warp. Yeah, when we do the webbing stuff, I've been into warp backwards before. So... yeah, okay, so I wasn't looking quite right, but that was right about 20 seconds as well. I'm going to say 22. Okay, the next two jumps we'll do with this trick of, you know, really needs to be from when the reveal is. And so to align is A, and D is to jump. And so we can click that, and then from the time I hit A, and then I got to click on the micro warp here, and then click D to jump. It might get to jump quicker, but it's really about how long you're visible. It's not about how quickly it jumps at that point. It's about how long you are visible, in my opinion. Warping backwards, it's happened. So, okay. So, okay, I've clicked on that. Let's see here. Let's get that lined up. Okay. And then I hit D. Oh, it's not warping.
Warp drive active.
Oh, yeah. Shit, 15 seconds. Dude. Clearly that was faster. Even from the time of exposure, that was faster. That was 15 seconds. Okay. I find that to be very interesting. We're going to test that again. Yeah. Well, it definitely seems to be, yeah, so I'm turning the prop mod back off, and I don't know if that makes a difference. We're gonna try this again, see what kind of what kind of stats we get here. Okay, so I've got that in focus. Got that right over that. So here we go. I missed hitting warp.
Warp drive active.
But look at that, once I hit warp, he went into warp almost instantly. I missed. I didn't get it done right. We'll find out what really matters. Now, let's forget about aligning. And let's try. Okay, let's try it with the same method I've been doing, and then I'm going to try a different method, cutting out steps, to see if it can really be reduced to a more simplistic method. We got red flashies in here. Okay, so there is that line. Oh, come on. Click that, and then jump.
Warp drive active.
Turn that off. And he's into warp, 15 seconds. See, look at him being totally sideways there in warp. 15 seconds, folks. With that method of aligning, hitting propulsion, and then hitting jump and turning off propulsion. Okay, so we're going to try a more simple method. Okay, now what we're going to try is I am going to try just hitting D to go to warp and then turning on the propulsion and seeing how long it takes.
Warp drive active.
And this is the simple method where I'm not even turning off the propulsion. I don't like the results on this so far. It's not good enough. Leaving the propulsion on is kind of a disaster. 20 seconds, so it's the same Okay, so what we got to do next time is I got to turn propulsion back off. So the propulsion is off. Okay. Okay, now let's try this with, okay, we're going to hit warp, we're going to turn on the propulsion, we're going to turn it back off, and then will that get us jumped quicker? Yes. 10 seconds. No way. Did I really just cut that down to 10 seconds? Okay, we're gonna have to repeat that. Try it again. Caleb, Rita was earlier today, and so this video will be available later today and for replay. So Rita was at the beginning of the show, and so the interview was really great, by the way. But yeah, it'll be available tonight. So. Need my warp drive with shortest cycle. Okay. Okay. Well, here we go. Trying it again.
Warp drive active.
13 seconds. Yeah, okay, so the most simple method seems to be hitting, clicking on the gate in the overview, clicking D, which exposes yourself and tells it to warp, turning on your propulsion after that, and then turning it back off and going. Oh yes, and by the way, Rita has a very deep voice, very manly voice. So, yes, that's okay. We'll have it later. Let's see here. There's my Facebook page for the show. I'll be posting a link to it there, or you can look here on the channel if you're subbed here on my Marky Dragon channel in YouTube. It'll be on here later. So probably about 3 or 4 hours. So okay, let's try this once more here.
Warp drive active.
12 seconds. Okay, so yeah, I had one as low as 10. And a couple at 13. So I would say about 12 seconds in this configuration that I've got it in, which is 2 inertial stabilizers. We could get that faster if I put a third one in there. But then we give up some of the, let's see, we're at 311,000 EHP, and what would we give up on that if we turn this over? Gotta wait for that to time out. Just got potted trying to run your own stuff. Oh yeah, at Jita. Okay, so Eric, did you make yourself a safe landing point? This is what we were talking about earlier. Is that they're potting ships? They're taking out ships that they can get out and get in one volley. Yeah, I'll look at the cycle on the microwarp drive here in a moment. So I just kind of wanted to see. Okay, so 157,000 EHP. Wow, this doubles it by turning that on to 311. That really is a huge difference on the EHP. Enormous difference. Hey, we'll try this once more again.
Welcome to the Dragons.
Warp drive active.
That one was 14 seconds. So, yeah, still about 12 seconds. All my tank is whole. They make an instant dock and an instant undock. So, oh, you just undocked. You need an instant undock as well. And it needs to go really far. So get in a fast ship and fly in a straight line straight out of dock. And go, just keep going, keep your micro warp on, and just keep going until you don't see any other ships on grid. It'll take you maybe an hour, or 2, or 3. Mine is an incredible 3 days of flying out in the fastest ship I could possibly get. And so it's really far out there. But I will say that if they are scanning out there, they still find you and land on you before you, and you're in a freighter before you get a line to jump to the next place. So, yeah. Hey, Ralph. Nice to see you here. Welcome. No, 1000K is more than, well, I don't know. I don't agree. The further out you are, the better. There's diminishing returns into all of that, maybe, but the further out you are, the better. Okay, we'll look at the cycle times of these. This is the Y-T8. And compare, and then all of them are 10 seconds. The activation time duration, every single one of them are 10 seconds. And so really that's about the fastest that you can get jumped. So really this may have to do with the closer to get down to 10 seconds is really when you've hit that right away. So.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
The only thing that might affect that more then would be one that is closer to one that is closer to yeah, let's see. One that gets closer to getting you to your 80% speed or whatever it is at the beginning. So when by the time it's shut off, it's closer to that. So make a macro that does the best, but you can't use Is there any in-game mechanic to make that macro? Because you can't. I mean, so what? You can use your F keys up there. So I just figure out which F key that is. And I just hit D, ding, dink. I suppose that could happen. So. Okay, I do have a package to deliver from here, so we are going to have to leave the bowhead here, hop into our other ship. I have a little bit of space left, about 18K. Oh, let me do some math. This one's really close. Look at that. All right, we're really making this pay. So this trip is going to pay me 25 million in total. Damn, that's a lot of hammerheads. Okay. Yeah, I think that macros are okay as long as they're not automated. And I do have a keyboard that's very capable of doing macros. So, yeah, something to think about. I might do that. I don't think there's any problem with it because what they wanted is human initiated. Yeah, I think hitting, building a macro that hits D and then hits, whatever the other one is that's your propulsion. I just have to start putting the propulsion in the same place every time for all of my ships so that if I wanted to do that, it would work. So, yeah, kind of thought. It's interesting. On the trick with the bowhead, I don't know if there's anything else that we can do to get the timer down smaller, because the cycle time is 10 seconds, and it seems to be tied to that. The only thing I wonder is if we could shave another second off by doing one that helps us at the end of the cycle to have enough thrust to hit the appropriate speed for jump, and so that it was closer to that, so it had less time to ramp up to that, and so yeah, I think that macro should be absolutely fine. If anybody sees any information that says different on that, fine. What they don't want is automation. And so that's not necessarily automation. If I hit a button once on my machine and it replicates out to a whole bunch of clients, that's not okay. But if I hit the button and it presses 2 keys for me in that button press, I don't think there's any problem with that, especially since I can just use 2 fingers to hit it instead of 1. Just saying. And maybe an AB instead of micro warp jump. Yeah, we're gonna have to fool around with that some more, and I think we'll do that one of these days on the show, and we'll come up with that, and then what we'll do is then we'll see what works best, and we'll make a video. So, and it'll only need to be like 2 minutes long to show people how to do this. And that'll be another great shipping video, hauling video. Except you can't haul contract ships in it. You cannot haul contracts in it. You can only haul your own stuff or your corpse stuff or whatever. You can't haul contracts in it. So it's not a way of making money. It's just a way of flying safer in a freighter class ship. So, yeah, and I'm not sure an AB will work, but it's just a thought, you know? So, okay, I'm going to step away for just one moment, and then we shall continue on. And let's see here. Yep, be right back.
Welcome to the Dragons.
I'm exposed, laid out my secret. My heart doesn't stand a chance. I've always loved you, ever since the day we shared the same air. I've always loved you, ever since the day we shared the same right there in front of you. I've been right there, waiting on you to see the sign and recognize what the rest of your life looks like. What the rest of your life looks like.
Welcome, Avalon. I see you there. Common sense is tingling. I think the common sense, basically says that on this issue of making a macro to push 2 buttons instead of 1 is probably okay. And it doesn't replicate over and over, and it has no intelligence of its own to know states or whatnot. It just does that. So. Okay. Hello, Avalon. Is food still good up there in Iceland? I'm sure it is. Name Nimaz and Inigort and Haza. Thank you for following. Welcome.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Okay. So, make a few more bucks here. You know, I can't say that that today has been extremely profitable on hauling, but it hasn't been bad. But so far the hauling we've done today, by the time I finish this, will be at just over 100 million in earnings. Not quite enough to pay for a whole one of those rigs, those 3 rigs each that I just spent on the bowhead. So I just dropped 500 and some odd million on the rigs on the bowhead. So, oh.
Warp drive active. Active.
Dragon Knight. I already went through there, I think. Yeah. I think I went through there about 15 minutes ago.
Warp drive active.
So there are a lot more runs out here now that are paying better. So I see one here that is not a bad run. That pays 20 million and going to Jita. That was coming from Dodixie.
Warp drive active.
I'm almost tempted to pick that one up and then take another one back down to Jita again and pick this one up on the way back. I'm already full right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. So, and then we'll pick up one going down to Dodixie when we're up in Jita. So, Jumbo, yes. So Jumbo, There's a coupon code and a link. You can save yourself a few percent. You want the golden pod, you can buy it straight off our store. We're the only ones in the world that have it. So you can't buy them from CCP anymore. We bought all of the second decade copies, and we got it there. Now I'll give you a little hint, and I'm not saying this because I want to try and bait you into subscribing, but I will tell you that I posted a coupon in there in the subs private channel in Discord for 20% off of the second decade items. So if you subbed, you would get access to that, and it would cost you $5 to get that. And then, so it's $5 to sub. Then you can get access in there, and you can get the subs. There's an extra subs discount. You can stack the two codes too. You get an actual 25% off, and so
Warp drive active.
it will save you money. You get a sub at the same time. And I'm not saying that because I'm trying to get you a sub. I'm just saying that is there right now. We don't always have extra stuff like that, but subs always get a little bit better discount code. It's not hugely better than the current one that everybody has, but it's a little bit better. And so, just saying. It's there if you want to take advantage of that. And of course, I'm happy to get more subs, but I'm not trying to bait you. I just want to be really clear on that. Yeah, it actually will pay for the sub. But anyway. I haven't really mentioned that other code is in there to anybody but the subs, so the subs all know it's in there. But I haven't really wanted to use it as like a
Warp
hook.
drive active.
So, yeah. So, just saying. And then if you're hooking up your Twitch account into Discord, it once an hour it goes through and it cycles and it processes the accesses, and so it can take up to an hour to see the subs private channel in there. What's the pod they're offering on the Eve accounts page? Is there some sort of pod that they're offering?
Warp drive active.
I don't see anything. I logged into mine. Yeah, I don't see anything. As far as I know, the only pod thing that you can get is at our store. That's the only pod modification that I know of.
Warp drive.
So it doesn't mean that they'll never have that, but right now I think it's only us. So yeah, I don't see it on any of the barkers. So not sure. But anyway, we do have the golden pods if you wanted one. Yeah, so the golden pod is on the market, but it's 3 billion. So, you know, that's another thing. Some people have bought a few of those to turn around and sell them. So,
Warp drive active.
I'm in Udema. The bane of freighters. So I wonder, gosh, do you think if I turn this on, that would help me warp quicker? You do not lose it. You do not lose it when you get potted. And if you're like me, you know, I fly around a lot, switch between a lot of ships. In Null, I fly between stations sometimes to get pick up other ships and stuff, and I'll fly in my pod. You know, I get to look at it, and especially if you're in like faction warfare where you get, you know, your ship blown up a lot, you'll see it a lot. So
Warp drive active.
So I turned that on for one cycle. Oh, interesting. Did you see that hop there? I wonder. I guess I'm gonna have to start timing myself how fast I get to warp.
Warp drive active.
I'm gonna time myself on a couple of them with this. This one would also depend on how you're fit. "23 seconds. Because I know that my other one, I get to warp really quickly, and it's all about the fit. Can you be on the Dragon crew? I don't know. What is the Dragon crew? One cycle on AB gets you to warp 8 to 9 seconds. Okay. Never understood the colonist stuff. Am I showing some of that in the future? I had no plans to really show that stuff, but let's see here. Do you mean the colonist pack, or you mean like planetary interaction PI? Because there's a big difference between the two. When linked attacks, thank you for following. Welcome. Yeah, 23 seconds again. planetary things. I mean, the planetary interaction, I have a character that I trained all the way up for that. It's level 5 on everything. And I still have never done it. I guess I should. People keep asking for it, but every time I talk about it, people go, oh my god, it's so frickin' boring when people do that. And so I've kind of avoided it. Yeah, okay, well, let's... Yeah, let me look at doing that. I gotta find a planet where we can do that, I suppose, that I can be at all the time. Maybe I can find one in my wormhole space. So... Okay, so now... I'm gonna try this... Been consistently 23 seconds. And, so...
Warp drive active.
Okay. I did it all by keyboard that time. Oh yeah, 14 seconds. Look at that, shaved off 9 seconds. You know what? Okay, so in high sec it doesn't matter so much. But in
Welcome to the Dragons.
When you're in low or null, that matters a lot.
Welcome to the Dragons.
Evening, Anders. Manti, thank you for following. Welcome. Okay, let's try that again here.
Warp drive active.
"15 seconds that time." So yeah, somebody said in chat 8 and 9 seconds is the kind of the difference, and that's exactly what I'm seeing here. The trick works here too. Okay. Oh, I was gonna try the macro on here, but I don't want to get blapped. I want to... Okay, we are going to warp to the landing.
Warp drive active.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how to do this macro recording, but I'll just have to look at my instructions for it. So this now is going to land at a bookmark right next to the station that's kind of away from everything else, where people are not really looking. And then it docks. Oh, when I tell it to dock, I forgot to tell it to dock.
Docking permission requested.
Yeah, because I was playing with those macros.
Docking request accepted.
I have an on-the-fly keyboard that I can do macros. Yeah, I've actually never programmed it before. I have a Corsair keyboard, and I just ended up never using the macro keys, even though I have full macro keys here. So I was trying it, Okay. Well, we are delivering these now. And get paid for these. Okay, paid for both of those. Then I got another one that's worth 20 million. And damn, I have nothing here going to Dixie. And here I was hoping to take something down. There's nothing here going to Dixie. Bastards. Now I'm going to have to make a dry run to go down there and get that other one. I mean, I did that to myself, but oh, destination is 3 jumps from Dodixie. Okay. Well, if they hadn't wrote that in the description, that actually got me to take it quicker because I didn't have to do a bunch of thinking about it. So, I mean, I'm trusting when they say that it's, 3 jumps from Dodixie. $775 million, 669, so it's just over. And these are planetary interaction things, aren't they? I think so. Okay. I could take something really small. Here's one really small, but only pays 1 million, and they want 520 million collateral. Forget it. So, Anders, you got a ton of BPOs you can do stuff off of? Yeah, I own about 1,500 BPOs. So, well, those look like Moon products. Okay. Red Threat, somebody earlier said that you were streaming mining like a boss or something like that? Or that you were just mining like a boss. Maybe you weren't streaming. I don't know. So, somebody mentioned you in chat earlier. Okay. Let's do another trip here. This will put me at about 140 million. You're multi-boxing mining? Cool. So, yeah, and Andrews, I'd say that 70% of my BPOs are trained fully researched 1020. So, he's an IS Boxing Pro. Not as entertaining as my trucking. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, let's head on out. Macarial, right there. So, talk about deep. My thing here 700,000 kilometers on this one. I have a couple of them. I kind of alternate between them. Red Threat, I just clicked on you and followed you. I want to see this sometime. So I just gave you a follow. Anybody else who's interested in mining, I guess, Red Threat TV, click on him and give him a follow. Doing some boss mining stuff on Twitch. Apparently, let's see. This just happened? No, this happened a couple days ago. Jita undock. Tornado. Wonder what the size of the cargo was. Its best tower is at the... Wait. Is it... Is that the... that's not the cloaky version, is it? Why would he not have a cloak on it either way? And nothing here. Huh. Interesting. Give a viewer a raid. Is Red Threat streaming right now? Or who would we be raiding? Who else is doing Eve? Anybody? Not even Daupa's doing Eve. That's a YOLO fit? Yeah. Uh-oh. Shit's getting shot. That's Stratios. That was that Concord hitting the Stratios? That's maybe at least gate guns.
Warp drive active.
Daupa is streaming. He's streaming some of the game. I'm impressed about this little feature here. we could figure out on this which is the best, and how much it matters, you know, in like a pure tank fit as opposed to a speed fit. Like, would this actually slow a speed fit down? Because I think my speed fit probably jumps in around 7 seconds. So I've been doing a lot of manufacturing and stuff, and I buy a lot of BPOs cheap on the market, typically halfway researched and below NPC price. I just keep watching for them, and I buy them from time to time, and
Warp drive active.
I pick them up, and I've got full set of frigates, all trained 1020, full set of destroyers, all trained 1020, and then I've got a few battle cruisers and a few battleships now. So, but I've been doing those based upon sales numbers, because training those up is pretty crazy. And in fact, sometimes some of those, it makes more sense to buy them pre-trained than to do it myself, because like, what was it? On my Orcas, I was looking to go from efficiency
Welcome
18%,
to the Dragons.
because I have an Orca BPO that's 10 research and it's 18 speed, and I was looking to go from 18 to 20, and it's like 400 million to research it between 18 and 20%, and I'm not sure that I'd ever get that kind of money back out of it. And you can buy these from
Warp drive.
from other people, and they don't place the same kind of value on them. So yeah, there's when you get up into the battleships and stuff, I mean, the fully researched sell for $1 billion and a half more than the initial cost. But literally, 18 to 20 on this one was 400 and some odd million ISK. And so I was looking at that going, I'm not sure that I'm making money on that. And when you tie up a character on a train that literally is like 300 days of training, you know, what other products going to be researching? Because 300 days of training to make $1 billion or $1.5 billion, but then you got to minus the costs of the research costs, and to get those research costs down lower, you know, you're looking at doing it in a pause and doing it with implants and everything. But if your pause experiences any problems during that research time, you can lose the BPO. So, you know, I have not figured out all the math on that, but that's something I've really been thinking about lately, and maybe looking at changing the way that I changing the way that I buy those. So yeah, so, you know, it just I guess I need a good application to show me how much it's going to cost to train something fully and decide whether or not it's a good price to buy. That's exactly what I need. I need something that tells me that if this BPO I'm looking at is $2 billion on contract, and it's $1 billion buying it from the NPCs, and it's already researched to 1020, you know, how much profit am I paying them for having done that, or are they upside down and am I getting a good deal? Because if I'm getting a good deal to where then I'm changing money for time, you know, I should buy it because it'll be cheaper. It also means that it was probably undervalued on the market. But how do you know that? Because the contract market is a bit obscure. It's hard to get information on it. And maybe there are people who have tools out there for that. But, yeah, it's just a bit obscure. Google Sheets with the import scripts from Fuzzworks. Fa, do you have something like that built already? That's another thing I've been thinking about. And guys, some people will look at this and go, oh my god, it's the most boring thing you could possibly do on the show. I've thought about building some of these as a community, working together and making sheets that we can all use, that we just share with everybody on the show for information. Give everybody like read-only access and allow or allow it to be copied, and then you can do it on your own. So something I've thought of, and it's not necessarily easy to do these formulas, and I'm not sure that I could pay good attention to chat at the same time when I'm writing a formula. Typically I have to have like Metallica blasting in my ears and a Dr. Pepper right there and be super focused.
Warp drive active.
By the way, exclamation point enter to get in on a What the Fast code. 30-day premium code. Oh, you know what? I forgot to turn on those barkers. No wonder nobody's entering for them. Well, you guys are all going to get a better return on your... There we go, those are turned on. There's the What the Fast information. Yeah, careful, might have to wash your mouth out with soup.
Warp drive active.
Try Red Bull. Oh, that'll make me write formulas faster. Give me a panic attack at the same time. Yeah, that soup command, exclamation point soup, space, and then someone else's name. So I've been using What the Fast for connecting up to Eve now, and I've been getting about a 15% improvement overall. So it's been good. And that's because I play from the United States and the server's not here. There you go. Okay, I am almost to
Warp drive
the station that I'm going to. You guys are getting the welcome dragon now. Yes, this week 6 days, except I'm going to take Monday off. I really found that I really need to not push myself too hard. You guys don't know how much work I do beyond the show here too, so yeah, need to make sure I, get at least one good day of rest and relaxation and
warp drive.
kind of reset. Sounded like somebody was getting attacked there by rats. I like how this is working out. I gotta figure out my macros though, because you know, you need to hit D and then the F key to start your propulsion, and then wait like 3 seconds and hit the propulsion again.
Welcome to the Dragons. Welcome to the Dragons.
Warp drive active.
So, Burt Reynolds, Victronox, and State of Fimba, thank you for following. Welcome. Those of you that sent in orders today, they'll go out Tuesday. Those of you that ordered some of the second decade items. Just looking through the logs here. Okay,
Warp drive.
I am at station here, just about, and then gonna go pick up this other contract I've got for the way back. Hopefully this other one isn't too far away.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Yeah, there's a big difference in the time to warp, so we did it with the bowhead as well. Kind of cool. Okay, package delivered. Now, I'm a few jumps away from this other one. 6 jumps out. Apparently I have some stuff out here too. Oh, we're gonna stop and pick it up. Looking at what else I got out here. This is another thing that I do. I'll look at stuff here. See, I have stuff all over several areas, and so I'll take a look at what's in there, and if it's a lot of worth, I may pick it up, or if it's really on the perimeter and I'm not in this area very often. And I did see one here, this right here. I mean, it's only 6 million worth, but it's right along the way, and and that's stuff that I bought by placing buy orders out here. I bought it at minimum 30% below Jita value, and so did I ever work for Red Frog? No. I actually contacted them about doing jump freighter service for them, and I was planning on that I would do jump freighter service for them sometimes, and that I would do it live on the show.
Warp drive active.
And because jump freightering is very safe. It is the safest flying there is. And this is not getting to warp fast off a station. What's going on? Look at how long this is taking. Wow, I tried the propulsion trick on this and it slowed me way down getting to warp. So maybe I already had speed on undock because it propels you. And so then I got too much speed and I had to slow down to warp. I bet you that's it. Anyway, I contacted them. I didn't tell them who I was. I contacted them on my alt. I didn't want, because of who I was, to be a deciding factor in stuff. So I figured I would tell them after I had, been through their stuff.
Warp drive active.
And, figured out how they do everything and stuff, to see if they still wanted me. But they told me flat out that they weren't interested. Yeah, so don't do that undocking from the station. So, yeah, they told me flat out they weren't interested, that they wanted people to haul in...
Docking permission requested.
They wanted people to haul in high sec and do high sec stuff before they would consider promoting someone into jump freighter service. So, and I get it, being loyal to the people who've served their time doing the other stuff.
Warp drive active.
But I didn't want to do that. I'm not interested in flying through Udema and Narja all the time. In fact, guys, if I have a lot of stuff to move through there, I have DSTs parked at both ends of those pipes, and I have freighters on both sides of them, and golly, this is taking forever to get to warp. And then I will get my freighter up close to a station up in the pipe there, and then I'll ferry stuff across in a DST, and then I'll pick up the other freighter and continue on out. And that may sound kind of crazy or whatnot, but when I'm doing my own stuff and everything, I just, especially if I'm hauling 4 or 5 billion worth of stuff, I'm just not interested in the trouble that comes with going through the pipe. Or if I'm going to fly it through the pipe, I do it right at server up. So, when nobody's looking. Anders, a Hulk BPO? No, I've never seen one.
Warp drive active.
Don't know if they exist. There's very few T2 BPOs that exist. There are some, but there's not many. I see that there's from Dodixie to Thera. Collateral 25 million. They're paying 1 million for delivery. That's pretty crazy. You can jump freighter and high sec around Udema? Yes, you can actually. But jump freighter holds 340,000 and fuel costs are pretty big. So just taking a jump freighter from Jita to just below Amar, is I think I spent 40 or 50 million in fuel. So yeah. So Summer Blink, I had one. Yeah, so they're very rare. They'd be very, very expensive. T2 BPOs do exist. You buy them for the... of course, you can produce things on them, and you can get more profit because you're not having to buy copies, and there's not the research cost in that you have to pay. So, you know, you can do that. Yeah, 1 million to Thera, lol, exactly. So, and it's 20,000 in size. You know what?
Warp drive active.
I just want to look up something real quick.
Warp drive active.
I'm going to try something a little crazy. So, yeah, but I'll not show you what I'm doing until I'm actually doing it. Just because it's that crazy. Let's see here.
Warp drive active.
That Thera contract is kind of crazy because it can be difficult to find your way into there. Does that make it normal for me because it's kind of crazy? Sure. Yep. I like doing crazy stuff sometimes. Okay. So
Intermission requested.
there is that
Docking
package.
request accepted.
And yes, look at all this stuff. 1.2 billion. Okay. Nice stuff. Looks like a lot of loot. So. Okay. Yeah, so now I'm gonna go do something crazy.
Warp drive active.
What's that Scout website again? Gosh, I don't know. Is there a... Is there a website that will tell you where Thera is? They publish wormhole entry exits for Thera. Yeah.
Warp drive active.
Is it really at evemaps.land? Evescout.com. Okay.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Okay. They have an in-game chat channel too, huh? Okay, well. I'm gonna test something here.
Warp drive active.
And I'm gonna have to pay to do it, but I'm gonna pay. E-ticket stuff today, yep. New account. Plus content pack. For exclamation point ticket space 1 or higher, and then exclamation point enter to get in on What the Fast premium 30-day code. So,
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
okay, so, this one right here. The Stodixie to Thera pays 1 million, 25 million collateral, unreachable. It's right here. Oh, it's in current system, so it's not even in this one. Okay. It says Gila's on it, which makes me think, did they place something, did they do something wrong on it? Like, should it be 250 million? Should it be more? You know, the size here is exactly the same size as 2 packaged Gilas. And I'm gonna go ahead and accept this. But I think it's a pretty crazy thing here. And I'm gonna accept it, and then I'm gonna tell you what I think here. So destination unreachable, that's fine. It's 25 million, so okay, so I have oh, did I accept this? No, let me try again. It won't let me accept it. Or am I sure I want to continue? Yes. It won't let me accept it. Is it gone from here? What is it? It's bugged. Well, that's too bad. Okay, I think this is a scam. And here, I'll show you why. So, this is the character that's putting it up here. And so I I hate how the position of these change depending on what kind of page you're on. Okay, show contracts. And look at these that are going to Thera. And they've failed. So many of them have failed. And what that leads me to believe is that they're putting words in here that make people think you must be in the wormhole. You can't be in the wormhole and accept because it starts in Dodixie. Yes, I know that's a wormhole. But you can't, do you have to be in Thera to accept it so that you can go back to Dodixie and pick it up? Does that make sense? Because you have to be in the same region as where it's issued to pick it up, not where it's delivered. That's how all the other contracts work. But anyway, whatever the reason is, you know, you look at this and you think, okay, you know what? I'm going to do this because it looks like they've just mispriced things. And for 25 million, I'm going to possibly get 2 Gilas. It's plural. The cubic meters is right. And so, I think, okay. Change my autopilot settings? Okay, I'll change my autopilot settings. I went to prefer shorter. Still didn't let me pick it up. So the thing is that I think this is a way to harvest 25 million per person. I don't think there's anything in here to deliver. This is 2 containers. That's what this is. This is like 2 containers. And so I don't think that it's really Gilas. So yeah, I don't. Okay, does anybody have an alt in Thera? Oh shit, I have an alt in here. Let me just log in my person who's in wormhole space right now. We'll test this. We'll test if you need to be in a wormhole to accept it, because I'll accept it with another character. I'm launching this other account right now. It's on the stream machine, so you won't see it. But what I want to do is I want to look inside this and see whether or not this really is a scam. Because I think it is. But if they're dumb enough to keep trying to send these Gilas through, I mean, it's BS. Unless there really are Gilas in it and they're doing it cheap because they think that they're dumb and they think that people are going to come in and try and get through, and so they're going to camp whatever the closest from Dodixie to Thera wormhole connection is, which I'd consider camping it,
Warp drive active.
Okay, let's see here. Business, contracts, available contracts, courier, not the current region. Let's see, pick location. Well, you can't search for Thera in pick location. Oh yeah, I found it here. I'm going to try and accept it. It says it doesn't fit my current ship. Really accept this contract. Wrong region. I must be in the Sing Liaison region. That's what it tells me. That I got to be in the Sing Liaison region. So, yeah, that's it. There's a little picture of it. So I'm in the wrong region to accept it. So I don't know how that works. Okay, well, I can't accept it. It's bugged or something. So anyway, but that was going to be what I was going to do. I was going to accept this, and I was going to peek in, and I was knowing that I was going to fail it for 25 million. And if it really was Gilas, wow, that'd be awesome. But I really doubt it. I think it's like 2 cargo containers, and that this is just some scam. So, This other carrier stuff here that's failed. Could be just a really dumb person. Doesn't know how to value things. I mean, I don't know. Wow, somebody went through low sec for 444,000 per jump. Crazy. Okay. Well, that was worth a look, I guess. But we're not going to be able to really look at that. So, just not going to be able to do that. Okay. Well, why not fly to the region to accept it? Yeah, you always fly to the region where the pickup is, not the drop-off.
Drive active.
So, anything else is in my experience not right.
Warp drive active.
So, and the only reason they're able to do stuff to Thera is because there's stations there. So, I think that, yeah, I really wanted to go see that, and I was just gonna give up the 25 million just to see. So, that didn't work. Okay, so we're getting kind of near the end of the show. Exclamation point enter to get in on the What the Fast 30-day premium code, and so final call to get in on those. I'll select somebody in a minute, and I'll start writing that up right now. And then we'll do we'll do the new account code after that. So, what have I made in Holland today? 160 million. It's really not very much. I have made 800 million in a day hauling. And maybe there's crazy stuff out here, like if I take off the restriction that I have here. And here's one 120 million reward. That would take a jump freighter. Current region. Let's take all regions.
Warp drive
So,
active.
this one's paying 300 million, 6 billion, 20 jumps. That's interesting. They give 7 days to complete. 300 million. Just take a scout and a web. I don't see any problems with that. That's kind of a nice one. Surprised to see that still up there. I'd do that. I wouldn't do it on stream, but I'd do it.
Warp drive active.
So, there's another one. Forge to Amar, 6.8 billion, 175 million. Boy, that's really big too. Really big. You have full cargo expanders to be able to do that. Curse to Amar. That's one I could actually do. It's the right size. Yeah, that's in fact that's I think near my jump freighter pilot. And that would be an easy 154 million. It takes me one freighter jump to get from Curse to up to high sec. Actually, it'll take 3, but one little one to get from Curse, wherever this is, to the jump point in Curse, and then hey, what's going on? Did I lose connection?
Warp drive active.
Wow, that took a while to react. And then, you know, to jump it up there and then freighter it over. So that might even be, there's a few NPC null places in Curse as well. And yeah, this one's NPC. Anybody could do this. So I bet you it's a 3 jump deal, and that's 50 million a jump. That's what Red Frog charges, or Black Frog.
Active.
So these syndicate ones, that I believe is NPC as well. Those ones, 10 billion. Wow. They're going to Osmond, which is in the Forge. I don't know how far away that would be. So maybe those don't pay so well. I don't know. Here's another one. This one's in low sec to Jita. 785 million, no problem. You know, it's still got to be jump freighted out. And if you have a jump freighter over there, then fine. But, you know, if you don't. So, you know, some interesting stuff here. Some easy ones. Here's another one in catch. Pays 100 million. It's 99. So you could actually, oh, and here's another one in catch, going to the same place. Pays 100 million. Yeah. Easy money.
Warp drive active.
That one's still available. That one pays 300 million. I think those are some of those are easy money if you have the right stuff. So, okay, we're gonna draw on what the fast key. So here we go. It's closed now. Drawing, and Kusk, congratulations, Kusk. You are the winner. So there we go. Check your Twitch mail. You'll find that contained within. Okay. Last one's going to be for the new account key plus content pack. Core new account for Eve. Worth about 25 bucks.
Warp drive active.
And So, exclamation point ticket space 1, and you can get in on that. I'm going to start writing it up right now. If you are the winner, you'll have about a minute to let me know whether you want skirmisher, explorer, colonist, or industrialist. You can get your choice. All those come with Aurum now too, which is very nice.
Warp drive active.
Okay. Do I have a breakdown of how I do hauling on a... No, I've never taken the time to write all that stuff down. So, yeah, sorry I don't have that. So, guess you just have to watch my videos on hauling, and I keep learning new stuff all the time. Even today, we learned how the bowhead and DSTs and other large ships can get a boost in their speed to warp by using propulsion, turning it on and off at the beginning of the warp. So, yeah, it was worth asking, but I don't have anything like that. So, it amazes me that I can still learn something new in the game. Okay, you guys ready? Ready to do this draw? I see a few people still putting in. Yeah, I'm gonna close it.
Warp drive active.
Okay, 81 people in, 16,900 tickets, and the winner is Jobster. Congratulations with 300 tickets. So, Jobster, your choice: explorer, skirmisher, colonist, or industrialist. Got about a minute to let me know. So, has he been a long time follower? Oh, yeah. He has since 2014.
You, sir, rock.
Aurora Peachy is hosting me right as I'm getting about ready to go. Aurora Peachy, thank you for the host. We just did our final drawing for the day. We only got about 5 more minutes. Sorry. Industrial, okay, good choice. And Aurora Peachy, I like her. So, too bad. I won't be here to entertain, but for another minute or two. It's okay. It's funny. So, okay, and you said industrialist. So, there we go. That is sent to you, buddy. Congratulations. And so, yep, everybody coming over from Aurora Peachy. I mean, if you're into the most hardcore MMO ever, the hardest game ever that most people wash out of, then give a follow. And you'll be able to see more on Tuesday. So, yeah, she does Guild Wars 2 and some other stuff. So yeah, click on her name there in chat and give her a follow. So she's also a member of We Are Legend. And she actually puts on a good show.
Warp drive
So.
active.
Okay. Oh, I got up here just in time. I was gonna grab this. This one that paid 300 million. I was gonna grab it. So. Oh, and Rita Jita just followed. Yes.
Welcome to
My
the
life
Dragons.
is complete. Rita was interviewed on the show this morning, and
Welcome to the Dragons.
it was really great. We learned a lot, I think, and or I learned a lot. And so that video will be available within the next couple of hours on YouTube, and then so yeah, next couple hours. It's got to render out before it appears, or whatever. I don't know. However YouTube manipulates it before they make it available, because it's not instant once I end. So yeah. So it says being how much delay on the stream? Less than a minute. I don't delay anything, but that's just how long it takes for technology, for the words that I say to get to your ears. So, hey, well, I'm almost back to Jita. I'm going to drop off the last one. It's somewhere 150, 160 million in profit that I made. Not really a big amount compared to other days. And, you know, maybe if I had a few more jump freighters in strategic areas, I could take advantage of some of these other these other contracts that we see out here, because there's plenty, and some of these are actually in like this one in Curse pays 155 million. That is at an NPC station, so anybody can dock there. And so, you know, I just take it from point A to point B. And how long do they give? 7 days to complete it, so no problem. You know, you jump it up to your high sec low sec connection, and then drop it off there for your character to come back in a freighter later and pick it up. And it's an easy 150 million. But you know, you gotta have a freighter in that area, a jump freighter, because each jump costs you a lot of money. And so to make it worth it, you know, if I had to jump all the way from Jita down to there, we got red catalysts here. What do we got going on? Who are they trying to gank? Oh, who did they get? It's blue. No, that's just their wreck from Concord. I don't see. Were they trying to gank one of these guys? Is that what they're doing? I mean, is that what's going on here? That they thought that they would just come in and grab these guys that are sitting here? They must have scanned them. They must have something on board. Do we think more are going to come in? I don't know. Chatting through Twitch and watching through YouTube. Great combination. Somebody's tractoring that stuff. Oh, they got mobile tractor unit. So, yeah, these two ships are just sitting here. What's the deal, you know? We're in Jita. I'm just watching to see if you know, we get some more flashies that come in. There's all kinds of mobile depots here. I'm just wondering if more are going to come back. I'm in Jita, and I'm on the perimeter gate. Oh, and this person has decided they're leaving now. Okay. So there's still a mastodon here. And he's just sitting here too. Now the mastodon, isn't that Tech 2? Is that Tech 1 or Tech 2? I don't remember. That's Tech 2. Are they like incredibly tanked or something and hoping that people will try and get them? I don't know, I'm a little confused. So you make 500 million ISK over 8 hours of null ratting, not worth hauling. Oh. Yeah, well, you know, with that other one that we saw a little bit ago, I could have made 300 million ISK in about 30 minutes. I would say hauling the right things are worth it. I don't see anybody else coming back. So, and this one's paying 500 million reward, going all the way to Jita. And that is, you got to have access to that station. That is a SOV station. Yep, that's a SOV station. That's a SOV station. And that one is too. This one, however, this one is NPC. Could be done. And especially when they're given 7 days to do these. I mean, you know, it's not a bad deal, actually. Okay. Well, time to complete our trip.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, 30 minutes. Okay, so let's say it's more an hour because you got to get there and then take your ship back or whatever. So, but that's what I was kind of thinking is that, okay, so there's certain areas, you know, like I have a jump freighter that parks in Curse. I have a jump freighter that parks in Stain. Maybe they could both be the same jump freighter because they're right next to each other. But some of these other NPC areas, maybe I could park a jump freighter over there as well. There's only, what, 5 or so regions that that are NPC.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
That are NPC. They have NPC null. So one of them's up in Goon Space, and it's way up there. And I don't know how you would get a jump freighter up and out of there. So that one's not very viable. But you know, other ones are. Okay, delivering the last package here, and then I will be done for the day. So, delivered, and okay. So I figure I made, I don't know, 150, 160 million. Not nearly as much as I had thought I was going to make today. But this is a much safer way of doing stuff. Yes, fuel costs. That's why having multiple jump freighters. So, different areas. So, yep, just park them out there in the NPC space, and then you can take stuff out. So, yeah, I wonder how long it would take to pay off a jump freighter. Let's see, at 300 million a trip, and say that you spend 100 million on fuel each time, so you're making 200 million profit each time. Gosh, that's a lot of trips. You know, that's 5, that's 30, 35, 40 trips that pay, that were 200 million profit to really make it. And the reason I say that is because, like, my fit on my jump freighters is about 2 billion. And so, you know.
Welcome to the Dragons.
Anyway, that is it, everybody. The interview with Rita Jita will be up in a couple hours. I will post it on my Facebook for the show.
Welcome to the Dragons.
And I will send the URL over to Rita as soon as it's ready to go, and she may post it somewhere, or he, however you want to look at it. And so that's it. We will see you all Tuesday for more Eve and some Shroud of the Avatar. So take care, everybody, and see you all then.